I'm glad that so many of you are here to start on time today. So let's get going. We're going to cover financial management in the first part of the session up to break time. And then in the second part, we'll deal with taking over the works, defects notification period, and the formalities for closing out the contract. So financial management topics I'm going to cover: the advance payment, the interim payments, deductions from interim payments, retention money, advances for materials on site or shipped to site, late payment, taxes, the process for the statement at completion, and the process for final payment.
Jeff, are you going to share your slides?
Oh, sorry, it's up on my screen, of course. Sorry about this. I'm talking away to myself. Yes, okay. So hopefully you can now see that.
Yeah, we can see. Thank you.
Okay, so the advance payment, clause 14.2. FIDIC contracts include for an advance payment as standard practice. It's usually 10%, 15% of the accepted contract amount. Sometimes it's paid in one phase, a single payment. Sometimes it's two payments, and sometimes it is in different currencies, 2 or 3 currencies. But the dates for payment or the amounts of the payment and the phasing of the payment are set out in the contract data. Now, the contractor is normally to receive the first installment of the advance payment within 42 days after he receives the letter of acceptance, telling him that his bid has been accepted. But in order to receive the advance payment, he must provide the performance certificate and advance payment guarantee, and there must be an interim payment certificate from the engineer. And if there's delay in issuing any of those, then the time for making the first payment is 21 days from each of those 3 conditions being satisfied, and that could be later than the 42 days after the letter of acceptance. So it's which of those is the earlier, which conditions the date for payment. Now, in order to get an interim payment certificate from the engineer, the contractor must ask for one. And the method for asking in the FIDIC contracts is to submit a statement with a capital S, where the contractor sets out what he thinks is due to him. I think the engineer checks that and issues a certificate. Under FIDIC 2017, that first certificate is now called an advance payment certificate instead of being called an interim payment certificate. But actually, a lot of people forget that there needs to be that statement and interim payment certificate for the advance. Some contractors believe that the employer should pay the advance automatically without there being this statement and IPC. Now, it's a loan. The advance payment is a loan. It's not a down payment, which is, or stage payment. It is a loan which must be repaid. It is a loan to cover the mobilization and cash flow support. So it is so that the contractor is not required to use his own money to a large extent to pay for your project or to get your project going. You have to give him an advance payment so that he has the necessary funds available to start work. But as I said, that must be repaid either through the advance payment guarantee or ideally from deductions from the value of work done. So once he begins work and is progressing with the works, he's entitled to payments each month. And once the total amount of work done, the value of work done, is more than 30% of the accepted contract amount, that is the amount which is stated in the contract, it's the amount of the bid which was accepted, less any provisional sums, then the contractor begins to repay the advance. And the percentage to be repaid each month is set out in the contract data. But in all circumstances, the contractor must have fully repaid the advance payment when the taking over certificate is issued, when the works are complete, or if there's termination of a contract prior to that date. If there's termination of a contract, then the advance payment is immediately repayable. Now, dealt with the advance payment, let's then go to let's go to the normal interim payments. So the starting point is that every month, it's usually every month, the contractor submits a statement, capital S, plus the necessary documentation, the supporting documents for the engineer to check the amounts which are included in the statement, including his progress report, which is required by subclause 421. Now, once the engineer has received all of those documents, the clock begins to tick for the issue of the interim payment certificate. And the engineer must issue that certificate within 28 days of when he has received the documentation. When he issues the interim payment certificate, he certifies how much is due to be paid to the contractor in his due. And he must explain that. If there are any differences between the amount which the contractor asks for and the amount the engineer certifies, the engineer must explain differences. That turns the situation around from what it was before 1999, when the current versions of FIDIC contracts came out, because prior to that date, it was the contractor who tended to try to explain the differences between his figures and the engineer's figures, but now the engineer must explain why he's not accepting the contractor's amounts. Now, that's a certificate. But what about the payment itself? Well, the employer must pay the full amount certified within 56 days. But it's not 56 days of when he receives the certificate or of when the certificate is issued, but 56 days from when the contractor submits the statement. So if the engineer takes longer than he should to issue the certificate, takes say 35 days, that only leaves 21 days for the employer to process the payment and perhaps send the documents to ADB and for ADB to release the payment. Payment is received when it is in the contractor's bank account and he can begin to spend it. It's not when you write to ADB and with the documents and tell them to pay. Or it's not when the relevant department in ADB gives you instruction to make the transfer, particularly if the transfer has to go to the United States and then back again. That can take a week or even longer. So the instruction needs to go well before the end of this 56 days. Now, the interim payment, the word interim is significant. It means, you could take it to mean temporary. That means that the payments which are certified do not signify that the work is accepted or it is approved. It is a stage payment, you could say, to help the contractor's cash flow. Because if you didn't have interim payments, you might have to wait until the project was entirely finished before the contractor is paid anything. So that means that if the engineer makes a mistake in his valuation, or he accepts to pay for some work which is subsequently found to be defective, he can make a correction in the next interim payment certificate. So an item can be deducted or corrected a month later or 2 months later, at any time right up to the final payment. So the system is there to assist the contractor's cash flow, because contractors always need cash. They have their workers to pay, they have to buy diesel for the machines, and so probably the most sensitive area of their activity is managing their cash flow. So if they are penalized by low payments or slow payments, then they will be unable to work. Now, some employers, particularly in the finance department, find this very difficult to accept. If they see a mistake in the documentation, they want the mistake corrected. They say the government will not allow them to overspend, and so they want the documentation to be modified, to be corrected, to take account of the mistake. But the system is designed so that, in general, the employer is not at risk. He holds a performance security, which is usually 10% of the contract price. The contractor has asked for payment at the end of the month when he's already done the work. 56 days later, he will be paid. By that time, he should have done 2 months more work. So the employer is not at risk if there is a payment for a defective work or a slight mistake in the arithmetic. But I understand that in some countries this can be a problem. For example, in Vietnam, they consider that any interim payment is like a final payment. It can only be made for work which is fully in accordance with the contract, and that means the contractor must submit as-built drawings, full quality assurance file, no non-conformity notice is outstanding. For every monthly payment, it's as though it was a final payment on the project. And that has a huge impact on the cash flow. Before I go any further, let's just do the question, because I see Ali Mohammed from Transkarachi's asked, may the engineer allow or recommend an advance payment to support contractor's cash flow during or in the middle of the contract period instead of at the mobilization stage? Notice you say instead of rather than in addition to. The engineer, remember, cannot change the contract. He cannot modify the contract, cannot amend the contract. So he cannot certify an additional advance payment. He cannot certify an advance payment which was not foreseen in the contract. He must apply the contract. It's possible that the employer and the contractor will negotiate that the contractor should have a second advance payment because he is short of cash, but they will need to sign an amendment to the contract to make that possible, and that amendment would need to be approved by ADB. I assist ADB in one West Asian country where several contractors have asked for additional advance payments. And in general, they're up to about 20% on several projects because of cash flow difficulties. Personally, I find that how could I say? I don't like it. I feel that if a contractor needs 20% advance, there's something wrong. And then why if one contractor, once a contract is awarded, is given 20% advance instead of 10%, well, maybe other bidders would have given a much better price if they thought they were going to get a 20% advance instead of 10% advance. So it distorts the competition. So it's not something I like to see. Right, so let's go back to interim payments. And the starting point, which was the statement with a capital S. Some people call this application for interim payment or application for payment, because the title for clause 14.3 is application for payment. But within the clause, it talks about the statement, which is a defined term. Remember, in FIDIC contracts since 1999, any word which begins with a capital letter has a definition, which you need to be aware of. So 14.3 describes what goes into the statement and the order. If you change the order, you may get a different mathematical result. So the order is, firstly, the contractor sets out his estimate of the value of work done up to the end of the month, including the value of variations, any variations executed. He then makes adjustments for changes in law and adjustments for changes in cost fluctuation clause, which we'll talk about shortly. Both of those adjustments are foreseen by the contract under clause 13. He then applies the retention, which we talked about briefly yesterday, but we talk about it more in a few minutes. He then takes account of the advance payment, so he adds in the advance payment which was due, unless any amounts which have to are now ready for repayment. He then adds in an advance for plant and materials delivered to site, an appropriate deduction when those items have been installed in the works. Again, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. You have it on some contracts, but not all contracts. Not all employers choose to use that clause. And then the item which surprises a lot of people, the contractor includes the amount of any claims or any other additions or deductions. It could include the employer's claims if they've been accepted by the engineer. The engineer said they are valid claims. You do all of that on a cumulative basis and then deduct the amount previously certified, and that will give the amount which is to be certified for this particular month. Okay, so the claims item usually raises some comment. I don't see any comment on the chat yet. Some engineers, some employers find that strange. In fact, some engineers write to the contractor and say, don't put your claims in the statement because the claims haven't been. Could you turn off your microphones, please? Someone has a microphone on and there's background noise. They say we're not going to have the claims in the statement because the claims have not yet been approved. But this is the contractor's view of the situation. It's not the engineer or the employer preparing the statement. The contractor says what he thinks he's entitled to, and then when the engineer issues the payment certificate, he will say what he thinks the contractor is entitled to. Now, I've been in arbitrations where the employer has said to the contractor, we never thought you were serious about your claims because you never asked for the money. You never actually invoiced the amount. You never put it in your statement. And that is significant because if the contractor puts it in the statement, even if it's rejected by the engineer, afterwards, if it goes to dispute board or to arbitrators or to the courts, they will award the contractor financing charges or interest from the date he asked for his money, the date he included it in the statement, not from the date of the arbitration or the date of the dispute board decision. So the sooner the contractor asks for it, the better it is for him. Now, once the engineer's had this, then remember, once he's received the statement and the supporting documents and the monthly progress report, the engineer has 28 days to issue the interim payment certificate. If he doesn't do that, then the contractor can send a notice of suspension under clause 16.1, and 21 days after sending that notice, if he still has not received the interim payment certificate, he can stop work or he can slow down the work. And this will probably have an impact on the critical path, the completion of the work, so he can claim an extension of time, plus reimbursement of his additional costs, plus profit. Now, if the engineer has still not issued the interim payment certificate by 56 days after receipt of the documentation, the contractor can send a notice of termination under clause 16.2. And if 14 days later, the engineer has not issued the interim payment certificate, the contractor can terminate the contract and claim the costs which are incurred as a result of that termination. So a very serious situation. Now, let's go back. Let's talk then about deductions which the engineer might want to make when he is preparing that interim payment certificate. Remember, the engineer has only 28 days to check the statement after he receives it, and within that period, he should discuss with the contractor, review the records, etc., and try to agree the amounts and issue the appropriate certificate. And remember, if he doesn't agree the amounts, he must explain why. Where does the difference come from? Now, one thing to remember is that, and we talked about this yesterday, if there's no valid performance security, then the engineer does not issue the interim payment certificate. Also, within the contract data, there's a space to insert the minimum amount of interim payments. So if the contractor has not done much work during the month and his interim payment would be very low, less than that minimum amount, then the engineer does not issue the interim payment certificate. Except if the taken over certificate has already been issued, in which case any amounts which are to be paid to the contractor are likely to be small and could be less than that minimum amount. The minimum does not apply once the taken over certificate has been issued. Now, remember I said the engineer has 28 days from when he receives the statement and the supporting documents. Well, some engineers use this as a way of prolonging the process by saying the contractor has not submitted all the necessary documents. A document is missing. One project I was involved in, the contractor suffered frequent delays in payment. At one stage, he suspended work and he even sent a notice of termination. And in response, the engineer said, in the future, I'm going to ask for more documents. And he did. And in fact, that was almost fraudulent because the engineer was expressing his intention to be more and more difficult about the documentation as a way of giving the employer more time to make payment, which was entirely wrong. So if a supporting document is missing, then the engineer should issue the interim payment certificate, but not take account of the relevant amount, and he should indicate that he is not taking that into account because the necessary supporting document is not there. In addition to that, what does the contract actually say about deductions, withholdings? Well, if anything supplied or work done by the contractor is not in accordance with the contract, the cost of rectification or replacement may be withheld until rectification or replacement has been completed. So if the work is defective, the engineer can withhold part payment. It's not the full payment of the amount, it is the cost of rectification, or sorry, that could be less than the full value of the defective work. Or it may be that replacement's necessary, in which case he would not pay at all for the defective work. And the second item is if the contractor has, or is failing to perform any work or obligation in accordance with the contract and has been notified by the engineer, then the value of this work or obligation may be withheld until that work obligation has been performed. So he must, if, for example, he was to provide as-built drawings. He's been warned that he should have provided the as-built drawings, but has not done so. Then you can withhold an amount because of that failure to submit the as-built drawings. I'm not sure how the engineer will estimate the amount, but he has that possibility because there's an unfulfilled obligation and the contractor has been warned about that. Now, it's the engineer who issues the interim payment certificate. It's not the employer, it's only the engineer. The interim payment certificate is signed by the engineer. There's no requirement for it to be signed by the employer. There's certainly no requirement for it to be signed by the contractor. If the contractor signs the interim payment certificate, it means he agrees with the engineer's figures and his own figures, which are in the statement. He now abandons those. So the contractor should never sign interim payment certificate. The contractor signs the statement. That's where he set out his view of the situation. Now, and the IPC is the engineer's view of the situation. And remember, it must explain the differences. Now, one thing which the engineer should not do is, after checking the statement, send it back to the contractor for correction. And I see that quite often. They send it back to the contractor, ask him to correct the statement to take account of the engineer's figures and to resubmit. There's only one occasion that happens, and that is for a final payment. But for all the interim payments, you do not recommence the process by asking the contractor to resubmit the statement with modified, adjusted figures. Now, let's just stop there for a moment. Let's go back to the slide before about this question of documents. So I said, if a supporting document is missing, the engineer must adjust the figures to take account of that missing document and explain the adjustment. But what happens if the progress report is missing? Well, the 28 days will not, for issuing of the interim payment certificate, will not begin. This morning before I started, I was looking through my emails and I received from one project a letter from the engineer to the contractor saying your monthly progress reports do not comply with the contract because they have no comparison of progress with the plan. And as this is a condition for issue of the interim payment certificate, we will not proceed with the issue of the interim payment certificate until we have a compliant progress report. That's something we don't often see. People are not aware, the engineer is not aware that the 28 days only begins once he has a valid progress report. Okay, let's then go back to where we were. We talk now about retention money, and then we go on to the payment procedures in more detail. So I mentioned yesterday that retention money is to cover the cost of repairing defects if the contractor fails to do so. So it is a fund of money, fund of cash, if you like, which is built up by applying a deduction in each interim payment certificate. And the deduction is a percentage which is stated in the contract data, and there is a maximum amount of retention money also stated in the contract data. Often we see it is 10% of the value of work done, up to a maximum of 5% of the accepted contract amount, which was the amount when the value of the contract when it was signed. Now, that is the contractor's money, but it is being withheld until he has repaired all the defects. Now, repairing of the defects is in two phases. You can have defects which are found during construction, before taking over, and then we have defects during the guarantee period, as FIDIC now calls it, defects notification period after the taking over of the works. So we can assume that when the work is taken over, there are no defects, or the defects are very, very minor, and they've been included in a punch list, which is issued to the contractor. So once the taken over certificate is issued, the employer must release the first half of the retention money. And then the second half is to be released after the end of the defects notification period, except if there are some defects which have not yet been repaired, in which case the estimated cost of that repair work is withheld until the repairs have actually been done. Okay, so it's released in two phases in general. Now, it is not released automatically. Again, the contractor must ask for money. So he must include the release of the retention in the statement, and that must be covered by an interim payment certificate issued by the engineer, and then the employer pays. Now, under the Pink Book, clause 14.9, once the taken over certificate has been issued, the contractor can ask for all of the retention money to be released against a guarantee. He gives a bank guarantee, and under certain conditions, he's entitled to receive all of the retention money and not just half of it. So it must be a guarantee which is acceptable to the employer, a bank guarantee acceptable to the employer, usually an on-demand bond, and then the engineer certifies the retention, and the employer pays, he releases that second half. Now, under the Pink Book, if the performance, that should say performance security, is in the form of an on-demand bond, a first demand bond, and the amount which is guaranteed by the performance security is more than half of the retention money, which is usually the case, then a retention guarantee is not required at all, and the contractor is entitled to release of the full amount of retention after the issue of a taken over certificate. So performance security is often 10%. If we say the retention is 5%, then half of the retention money is 2.5%. The performance security is 10, which is much more than 2.5. Therefore, retention guarantee is not required. If the performance guarantee was 5%, or say 3%, and the performance security 3%, and the retention money was 10, then half of the retention money is due for release at taking over, so that is 5%. The second half will also be 5%, which is more than the performance security, and the difference is 2%. So the contractor must give a retention guarantee of 2% if he wants to recover at second half of retention money at the start of a defects notification period, instead of waiting till the end of the period. Now I see some questions there. Let's see what they are. From Navid. If contractor submits IPC, but does not submit progress report along with IPC, then whether IPC will be processed by the engineer and paid by the employer. Please also explain if a contractor submits a progress report very sketchy and not as per requirement, then what should the engineer employer do with the IPC? Well, that is exactly the circumstance I was explaining a few minutes ago. The email I received this morning, it said that the IPC did not contain the necessary details. It did not comply with clause 421, and therefore the contractor must correct his monthly progress report and resubmit, and the 28 days during which the engineer must process the payment and issue the interpayment certificate would not begin. So there's no requirement for him to issue the interpayment certificate, and that means the employer doesn't pay until we have a compliant monthly report. Now, Navid also asks if the final contract price is reduced substantially when the accepted contract amount and repayment could not be made full at 90% of contract completion, then what the employer should do to recover the remaining amount? Well, the remaining amount that should be taken into account when you're doing the final account, that any retention, I assume when you say the amount is not being recovered, I assume you're talking here about the advance payment rather than the retention, because the employer has to release the retention. He's not going to recover anything. So let's assume it's the advance payment. Well, I said earlier this morning that the advance payment must be fully repaid by the time the taking over certificate is issued. So if it has not been fully repaid, then in the next interim payment certificate after the taking over certificate, the engineer should include full repayment of the advance, and so the employer will get his money that way. It will be, in effect, it will be deducted from the other amounts due. It should include the release of retention. Dr. Sand says, can you please elaborate the retention money versus performance guarantee case where performance guarantee is greater than retention money? Okay, so that is, as I said, the retention money, the usual figures that we see are a maximum of 5% of the contract amount for the retention money. The usual figures we see for the performance security are 10%. So when the first half of retention money is released, that's 2.5%. There's another 2.5%, which normally would be kept until the end of a defects notification period. But if a contractor wants to recover that at the start of a defects notification period, then he can do so, but normally he must provide a bank guarantee to cover that amount. Now, what we're saying is that as the performance security, 10%, is much more than half of retention money, 2.5%, that retention guarantee is not necessary. The employer has enough protection. Now, if the retention money was 10%, the maximum was 10%, and the performance guarantee, performance security was also 10%, half of the retention money is 5%. So it's still less than the performance security. It's still not necessary for the contractor to give the retention guarantee in order to get that early release of the retention. It would actually be very unusual for the contractor to be required to provide this retention guarantee. What this actually means is that in most cases where you're using the pink book, the contractor will be entitled to the full amount of retention money once the takeover certificate has been issued, instead of waiting for half until the end of the defects notification period for the second half. Okay, let's then go to another item which might be in the statement, which is materials on site. It's commonly called on site, but it's actually advance payment for materials on site or shipped to site. So under clause 14.5, the contractor can request, if it applies, okay, we see the conditions in a few minutes for the application, but assuming the clause is applicable, the contractor can ask for an advance payment equal to 80% of the value of plant and materials which are sent to or delivered to site, but not yet used. So it's a stockpile of cement or a stockpile of reinforcement, not used yet, but the contractor under this clause can ask for 80% of the value. Well, the value is how much the contractor actually pays to the supplier, plus the cost of delivery, plus maybe some insurance payments with respect to those items. It applies to items actually on site, and it can apply to items which are on board ship on the way to the country. Now, but for this clause to apply within the contract, there must be some schedules with a capital S, which detail which items this applies to. It applies to cement, it applies to steel, it applies to copper wire, structural steelwork. What is actually covered by this clause? If there are no schedules, the clause does not apply. You will need to have one schedule which deals with materials delivered to site and another schedule which deals with items shipped to site. When it is materials delivered to site, they must be properly stored. The engineer must check that they're properly stored. You don't want cement in bags out in the rain. That must be protected, and they must be kept dry. If it is items shipped to site, then the contractor must provide a clean bill of lading showing the items have been properly loaded on board ship, and they must produce shipping documentation to show that the transport has been paid for and the items are insured. The contractor must also give a bank guarantee equal to the value of those items which are on their way to site. Now, this is an advance payment, or these are advance payments. They have to be repaid, and they are repaid once the items are actually installed in the works. They're fixed in place. Once they've been used, they're fixed in place, then the value of the contractor is paid for supply and installation in accordance with the amount in the bill of quantities, less the advance, the 80% of the purchase cost of the item. Okay, so that's the usual system. maybe we could have had a poll asking how many of you actually use this system. But what is significant is that it must be read in conjunction with clause 7.7. Why? Because clause 7.7 deals with transfer of ownership. And the Pink Book is significantly different from the other FIDIC contracts with respect to the transfer of ownership. Under the Red Book, ownership of plant and materials is transferred to the employer as soon as they arrive on site or the contractor is entitled to be paid for them, whichever is the earlier. That means that once they arrive on site, they belong to the employer, even if he hasn't paid. So if the contractor has not paid the supplier cannot come to site to recover those items because they don't belong to the contractor anymore. So that means the employer is not at risk by paying this advance, this 80% of the purchase cost. However, under the Pink Book, clause 7.7 is different. It says ownership transfers to the employer only when they are incorporated in the works, unless payment was due under subclause 8.10 because of a prolonged suspension of the works. So in most cases, they only belong to the employer once they've been installed. That means that any time up to that date, an unpaid supplier can come to site and get them back. So you're at risk if you pay this advance for materials on site. So in fact, this clause is in the Pink Book, but it is not used very often. And it's not used very often, I think, because of this question of ownership. The Red Book is actually a little unusual compared to local laws. The Pink Book is much closer to the law in many countries. In many countries, once you fix something to someone else's land, it becomes their property. If I build a house on my neighbor's land, then he could argue that the house now belongs to him. So in many countries, when you fix something to a land, it becomes the property of the land owner. So that's the position the Pink Book is taking. But the Red Book is not. It's saying it belongs to the employer as soon as it arrives on his site. Now, I see I have a question there. Will the contractor be entitled to get advance payment of plant and material, even the 80% value is more than the respective BOQ rate? That's a bad situation to be in. So it's costing the contractor more to buy the equipment, much more to buy the plant and material than he's actually going to be paid to install it. I think that would be dangerous. It would be dangerous to do it because, of course, the contractor would be overpaid. He could supply the items and then never install them. So I would hope that would never happen. But if the contract says he's entitled to advance payment, then you are supposed to honor the contract. I think this should not happen. This must, when you're checking the bids, evaluating the bids, you should see the abnormally low rate for this item and question it. Yeah, Ali Mohammed says the 80% is not 80% of BOQ item cost, 80% of purchase cost of materials claimed for the second advance. That is right. It's 80% of the purchase cost and delivery to site. It's not 80% of the BOQ rate. But normally, then the BOQ rate should be significantly higher than the 80%, because first you're having 100% instead of 80, and the BOQ rate normally would include the installation as well as supply. Of course, you could have in the BOQ an item for supply and then an item for installation. And in that situation, you might have that the actual purchase cost is greater than the BOQ rate for supply of the materials. In that case, I think I would only pay for the supply. I would not pay the 80% of I would not pay the advance at 80% of the actual cost. All right, let's go on then to talk about late payment. 10 minutes left before we need to look at the case studies. So late payment, remember the employer is supposed to pay the full amount certified by the engineer. And the payment must be in the contractor's bank, normally for most of the payments within 56 days of when the contractor asks for his money by submitting his statement and the supporting documents. If he does not receive full payment in that time, he can send a notice of suspension under clause 16.1. He can then suspend work 21 days later, claim an extension of time and additional payment, etc. And as I said earlier, that could actually go to termination if the employer has not paid 42 days after the due date. So 56 plus 42, that would be 98 days after the contractor submits his statement. Then the contractor can send notice of termination. And if he has still not been paid 14 days later, he can terminate and claim compensation. But in addition, the contractor is entitled to financing charges. And financing charges are to be calculated at the rate stated in the contract from the date payment was due until the date it is actually received. And those financing charges are actually compounded monthly. So if they're not paid when they're due, the financing charges are not paid, then you calculate financing charges on the unpaid financing charges. Now, there's no requirement for a certificate from the engineer dealing with this. There's no requirement for notice of claim under clause 20.1. They are due under the contract, and if they're not paid, the contractor can suspend work, terminate, etc., as he can for any other unpaid amount. But you have to look at what the law says about this, because the law may say something different. Because financing charges could be, basically it's another word for interest, and compound interest, of course, in some countries is totally illegal. So you need to look at what the law says and also what the law says about the rates. Now, before we go any further, I have some questions about coming in. I've quite a lot of questions. From Hamza Ali, if the engineer considers a contractor works under specification, for instance, requirement of pipe diameter is 1 inch and contractor provides half-inch diameter, now the contractor said that engineer should give payment of half-inch diameter. So what can engineer do? Well, the contract does not, the work does not comply with the contract. So the engineer should reject the work and order the contractor to replace. And if he does not replace, then he does not get paid. You don't pay him for substandard work when he could have done the work correctly. Basically, when you're dealing with defects in the work or substandard work, you have to look at how much it would cost to repair the defects. If the item would function, even though it is substandard, it can function, it can be used for its intended purpose, and to change it would be very, very expensive. then you have to accept the work, but there must be a discount. And clause, I think it's clause 7.4 deals with this. But if the cost of rectifying the defect is minor, relatively minor, or the defect is such that it prevents the works from being used properly or at all, then you're entitled to order the contractor to remove and to replace. When we're talking about defects in the defects notification period, we go into more detail about that. And Nadim says, if any item is not included in the BOQ, but the item is necessary for the work, then how we pay to the contractor? A very important point. The bill of quantities is the bottom document in the list of order of priority. Above the document, above the bill of queue, which is one of the schedules attached to a contract, you have the drawings and you have the specifications. And the contract says if something is shown on the drawings or mentioned in the specifications, it must be supplied, even if it is not included in, it's not mentioned in the bill of quantities. Okay, so even though there's no BOQ item, if it was on the drawings or in the specification, then it's deemed to be included. The contractor must have included it in, or should have included it in his unit rates somewhere. He cannot say he didn't price it because there was no item in the bill of quantities. Now, if it's not mentioned in the specification, it's not mentioned on the drawings, but it's something which the engineer has asked for, he's instructed the contractor to provide, that would be a variation, and the engineer should fix a new rate in relation to that variation. But you really need to decide, was it something the contractor should have included in his bill in his bid at the time, or it's something he could not have known about? Now, Navid says, if the delay in payment is because of the engineer, then may employer make the engineer responsible for these financing charges or otherwise? Well, I think there's a good argument for making the engineer responsible. You need to look at the consultancy agreement, the contract with the consultant, to see what his liability is. But normally under that agreement, he is responsible for fulfilling his role as the engineer, and that includes issuing interim payment certificates on time. But actually, most occasions I see, the delay is not from the engineer being late in issuing an interim payment certificate. It's because of delay by the employer in processing the payments. Often because the finance people want to go through the documentation in great detail. On an arbitration I'm dealing with at the moment, the engineer had accepted claims. He'd made recommendations to the employer about the claims, and the employer agreed. So the extension time was granted, the additional payments were made. But then after the final payment certificate was issued, the finance people decided to check, and they decided that in their view, there's not enough documentation to support the claim, and the engineer should not have accepted the claim, and payment should not have been made. So in the arbitration, they are seeking repayment of the amounts wrongly paid. Well, they are not in any position to do that. The engineer certified, he did not exceed his authority, he asked for approval, he was given that approval, and they cannot now say there is insufficient documentation. Now, let me go back. Questions again? Okay, can we pay this item in IPC without approval of variation or before the approval of variation? Well, It depends again on, I presume here we're talking about the additional item you say were not mentioned in the BFQ. Well, when we're talking about variations, we see that the engineer has the obligation to certify payment as soon as the contractor begins work under a variation. Now, under a variation instruction. And so that might be before the variation has been formally approved by whoever needs to approve it, such as ADB. They have to give a letter of no objection. Well, that should not delay payment to the contractor. So normally the engineer should certify what he thinks is the correct amount. And then it's up to everyone to deal with the necessary paperwork to deal with that, to cope with that. Now, Sajid says that the contractor offered discount on certain BOQ items and percentage reduction. Now the executed quantity has been increased compared to provisional BOQ. Will a discount apply on executed quantity, regardless the upper ceiling of that particular item, or we will restrict to BOQ? Now, I see the percentage was applied to certain BOQ items. Therefore, that percentage applies to all work done under that BOQ item. So he modified the rates, the unit rates for that item. If he'd offered a percentage on the total accepted contract amount, there's an argument that it was actually a lump sum discount, and it's not to be applied to additional quantities. But as it was a percentage for particular BOQ items, I would say it applies even if the quantities change. Ali Mohammed says we cannot pay before approval without it. However, contractor may execute the item which is being instructed by the engineer. But let's talk about this tomorrow when we're dealing with variations, because it is an important item. How do we pay for, and when do we pay for variations? So let's go back to the slides, a couple of minutes, and then we'll go to the polls and to the case study. So payment we're dealt with. Taxes. Oh, just sorry there, but the rate of the financing charges, if nothing is stated in the contract data about the percentage, then it is 3% above the discount rate applied by the central bank of the currency of payment. So if the contract is being paid in dollars, the central bank for dollars is actually the Fed in the United States. So you have to look at their discount rate, and it's 3% above that. And so if you're paying in your local currency, then you have to look at the Pakistan Central Bank and what is the discount rate applied. Now, so let's then go to taxes. Some reason my side. The contract price is said to include all taxes, duties, and fees required to be paid by the contractor under the contract, and that includes, for example, value-added taxes and similar. However, there's one exception, which I did mention yesterday, which is, excuse me, that the contract is supposed to be exempt from import duties and export duties in relation to his equipment, his construction equipment, and spare parts for that equipment, provided they are imported solely for the purpose of the project, and they are to be re-executed after, re-exported afterwards. Now, In relation to taxes, and particularly value-added tax, it's something which FIDIC doesn't deal with. You see, when I explained the payments process, I talked about the statement, I talked about the interim payment certificate. But what about the invoice? Normally, a contractor will be required to submit an invoice for the amount which has been certified. But FIDIC contracts don't mention the invoice. So normally, once the interim payment certificate has been issued, then the contractor must put that amount into an invoice and submit the invoice, and he signs the invoice. The engineer might check it and sign the invoice, and maybe even the employer signs the invoice. And then the contractor will get paid. But how does this fit with the 56 days payment period from receipt of the statement? Maybe the engineer issues the interim payment certificate in time, but then if the contractor takes 2 weeks to issue the corresponding tax invoice, is it still possible for the employer to process a payment within a period? Moreover, what happens if there is overpayment? If there is tax invoice being issued for an amount which is certified, and that amount is found to be too much, and subsequently needs to be a deduction. How does the tax system deal with that? And I can't give you any answer on this. It will depend upon each country. I know some countries have issued guidance on this. The tax authorities have issued guidance. Malaysia, for example, their tax authorities have issued about a 10-page document which explains exactly how this is to work. Now, we have two special cases to look at now. We need to look at the statement of completion, and then we need to look at the final payment. So, a statement of completion is to be issued by the contractor within 84 days after he receives the taken over certificate for the whole of the works. And he must submit the statement of completion with all the necessary supporting documents, and they must show three things, must include three elements. Firstly, the value of all work done in accordance with the contract up to the date of completion as stated in the taken over certificate. So that must take account of any defects. You have to exclude the cost of repairing any defects because it's work done in accordance with the contract. Any further sums which a contractor considers due, so that could be financing charges for late payment or claims for additional payment, and then an estimate of amounts which are not yet due, but which will become due in the future. For example, there were some outstanding items when the taken over certificate was issued. There were some defects. The contractor is not paid for those yet. He'll be paid for them once he has completed the work, completed the rectification. We also have the release of the second half of retention, if it is to be released at the end of the defects notification period. So we have these three separate items. Having received, one point to remember though, is if the contractor forgets something in the statement at completion, he loses his right to claim for that item. The amounts in the statement may not be final. It may not be possible to come up with a final evaluation yet, but the existence of the item must be mentioned. So the financing charges, we don't know yet how much they are exactly, but the item must be there. Before I do a final payment, let's go for questions. I need to go back up, quite a few questions here. So, can the employer have the authority to change percentage of advance payment after signing the contract? The engineer certainly cannot. The engineer cannot change the contract once it has been signed. But even the employer cannot change it unilaterally. The employer must discuss with the contractor and sign an amendment to the contract. And as I said earlier, you will need to get approval from the ADB if you wish to do that. Sajid says, may we apply discounted BOQ rate while framing a VO, or we apply BOQ rate without discount in BO? Let's talk about this tomorrow when we are dealing with variation orders and how you value variation orders. And if percentage of the income tax withholding tax changes due to legislation after award of a contract, and the contractor claims an extra percentage, is the contract entitled to that? Yeah, any changes in law are, there's a clause 13.7 or 13.8, I think, which deals with changes in law. And if there's a change to the rate of the tax, which causes a contract price to go up or down, then the contractor is entitled or to be compensated the additional cost, and the employer is entitled to any saving if the taxes go down. Now, if that as does particular conditions of contract overrule general conditions, such as the advance payment, can competent authority amend the advance payment for material? It is okay. Now, particular conditions certainly overrule the general conditions where they are in conflict, when there's a change. Sometimes they are additional to the general conditions, sometimes they cancel the general conditions, or they replace the general conditions with something else. So, for example, you can, in the particular conditions of which the contract data form a part, you can fix the amount of the advance payment, or you can even say there will be no advance payment. With respect to the advance payment for the materials on site, as said, if there are no schedules attached to the contract, then the clause does not apply. When you're preparing the bidding documents, you can actually state it will not apply and there will be no schedules. Right. Let's then go back to the slides with you with the final payment. And this comes under 1410, 1411, 12, and 13. So this is slightly different from a normal process for payments. Once the starting point is the issue of the performance certificate, which is issued by the engineer when all defects have been repaired, all defects notified to the contractor during the notification period. So 56 days after he receives that performance certificate, the contractor must submit a draft final statement with all the necessary supporting documents. So this is just a draft, it's not the actual final statement. And he must show the value of all work done in accordance with the contract, plus any further sums the contractor considers due. The engineer will then check that, work with the contractor to try to agree. And once they do agree, the agreed figures go into the actual final statement. So let's look at how this works for normal interim payment and how it works for the final payment. Normal interim payment, the contractor submits a statement, the engineer issues an interim payment certificate within 28 days, and the employer pays within 56 days. For the final payment, 56 days after receiving the performance certificate, the contractor submits his draft final statement. The engineer checks and tries to agree. Once it is agreed, the contractor puts the agreed figures into his final statement and discharge, into his actual final statement. He submits a final statement together with a discharge, which we talk about in a moment. The engineer then issues a final payment certificate within 28 days, and the employer pays. But this case, it's 56 days after the issue of the certificate, rather than 56 days after the issue of the statement. Okay, so this is the only occasion where the statement goes back to the contractor and he modifies it and resubmits. However, on this diagram, there's one thing missing, and it is the period which the engineer has for checking and agreeing on the draft final statement. And what the contract says is if the engineer and the contractor are unable to agree on the amounts, then the engineer must issue an interim payment certificate for the agreed amounts, and then the unagreed, the disagreed amounts will be left pending and to be resolved through negotiation or dispute board or arbitration or the courts. And only at that stage, maybe in 2 or 3 years' time, the contractor will be able to issue the actual final statement with the final figures. So you don't keep the contractor waiting for his money. If you're unable to agree, you must issue another interim payment certificate. And as we know, the period for issuing an interim payment certificate is 28 days. So basically, if you're unable to agree on the basis of the draft final statement within 28 days, it is treated like any other statement. You must issue an interim payment certificate and pay that within 56 days of when you receive the draft final statement. And this other stage of the actual final statement and discharge and actual final payment is postponed. All right. So that basically is what is said there. Yeah. In some cases, the contractor will not apply for final payment certificate. He will not submit a draft final statement. Or maybe he doesn't submit the discharge. Now, if that happens, the engineer can request the contractor to submit it. If the contractor fails to do so within the next 28 days, the engineer can proceed unilaterally and issue a final payment certificate for the amount he considers to be fairly due. But the engineer cannot issue the discharge on behalf of the contractor. What is a discharge? Well, a discharge is a statement from the contractor saying that the amount which is included in the final statement represents full and final settlement of all amounts due to the contractor. In other words, once he's been paid those amounts, he will have no other claims against the employer, and the employer is released from the contract. He's discharged from the contract. Clause, I think it's 1411, which deals with this, says the contractor may make the discharge conditional upon the employer's payment of the final payment and the release of performance security. But this is normally the contractor should do that. It's a little strange because the performance security should already be released, because I told you yesterday, the performance security should have been released 21 days after the issue of the performance certificate, whereas the final statement is only prepared 56 days after the issue of the performance certificate. So this mention of the return of the performance security is in conflict with the other provisions. Now, that's where it says about converting it into payment certificate. So that brings us to the end of the slides. Let me deal with the questions which have come in, and then we'll do a polling. So after issuance of performance certificate, performance security has to be released within 28 days. It's actually 21 days. If final bill amount is negative, then what should be done for making recoveries from the contractor? And contractor cannot, if a contractor is not ready to give back payment. We touched on this yesterday, and I do have a case study where we'll be looking at this. Unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do. That's why you need to identify the overpayment before you start this process of a final payment. If you only begin at this stage, then you've already released the performance security. So it's a little late to identify any overpayment. This should be the final step. So all the remeasurement of quantities should have been going on throughout the project and throughout the defects notification period. So this is just the finalization of an ongoing process. Unfortunately, it doesn't always happen that way. So any other questions? No, I don't think so. Okay, so Ivy, can we put up the polls, please? Okay, session 3, question 1. Which is a true statement regarding the engineer's role in payments? The employer decides disputes over amounts claimed. In payment requests, the employer can stop or correct a payment certificate if he finds a mistake. Corrections of errors cannot be made even on future payment certificates. The employer must submit a claim if he disagrees with the engineer's certificate. None of the above or all of the above. So what do you think? Which of these is true? No one's going to answer questions? Ah. We have 51% participation. Let's try to get to maybe 2/3, 66. No. No more volunteers. Okay, so let's see the results. So there we have. So we had two people decided. The employer decides disputes over amounts claimed. We're asking which of these statements are true. 8 people, 26% said the employer can stop or correct a payment certificate if he finds a mistake. Correction of errors cannot be made even on future payment certificates. No one agreed with that. The employer must submit a claim. No one said that is true. The employer must submit a claim if he disagrees with the engineer certificate, 23%. 48% said none of the above were true, and 10% said all of the above were true. Well, the employer decides disputes over amounts claimed and payment requests. He doesn't have a role to play. If there's a dispute with respect to a payment request, then the engineer issues into payment certificate, the employer must pay. If the contractor is not happy, they must take it to a dispute board. If the employer is not happy, then in fact he should take it to dispute board, which rather goes to item D. The employer must submit a claim if he disagrees with the engineer's certificate. Well, the contract doesn't actually say that, but it is one possibility that you could raise it as a dispute and take it to the dispute board. So item D, I hesitate. You might consider that item D is true, but I wouldn't be able to point you to a clause in the contract which says it is true. But it is if any dispute arises, either party can refer to the dispute board. The employer can stop or correct a payment certificate if he finds a mistake. No, he cannot. Corrections of errors cannot be made. Yes, they can. The employer must submit a claim which is dealt with. And if we say that D is correct, then obviously E is not. But as I said, D, it's debatable whether it applies or not. And as several of these are not true, obviously item F is not applicable. Now, go to question 2, Ivy, please. So, which of the following is a true statement with respect to payments? Until the engineer has received all necessary supporting documents, the 28 days period for issue of the interim payment certificate. I don't know how we get the rest of the text. Does not begin. It does not begin. Yep. The employer has 56 days to pay the amount certified, starting from receipt of the IPC. The employer does not pay on time, the contractor is entitled to stop work. If the employer does not pay on time, the contractor may claim financing charges without submitting notice under subclause 20.1, none of the above, or all of the above. Very quick responses. Okay, we were at 67% participation. Let's look at this. Stop now. So, which of the following is true? Okay. Until the engineer has received all necessary supporting documents, 28-day period for issue of the IPC does not begin. At 19%, the employer has 56 days to pay the amount certified, starting from receipt of the IPC, 36%. If the employer does not pay on time, the contractor is entitled to stop work, 14%. If the employer does not pay on time, the contractor may claim financing charges without submitting notice under 20.1, 25%. None of the above, 8%. 36% thought all of the above apply. All right, well, the first one, until the engineer has received all necessary supporting documents, the 28-day period for issue the IPC does not begin. We had 7 people out of the who replied, thought that was true. I thought the figure might be higher because it does say once the contractor has submitted the statement and the supporting documents. But as I said earlier, the engineer cannot delay the issue of the interim payment certificate. If there's a missing document, he will have to discard the quantities related to that missing document and certify the rest. So it's not entirely true. You must not withhold payment, must not withhold a certificate while waiting for missing documents. The employer has 56 days to pay, yes, but not starting from receipt of the IPC, starting from receipt of the statement and supporting particulars. So that is not entirely correct. If the employer does not pay on time, the contractor is entitled to stop work. Again, not entirely correct. He must give a notice of suspension and he must continue working for 21 days. And only if the payment is not received after 21 days can he then stop work. So again, it's not entirely true. If the employer does not pay on time, the contractor may claim financing charges without submitting notice under clause 20.1. That is correct. That is true. So the answer is item D. Right. So do we have a third question, Ivy? If there is one, I don't remember whether there is.
Only 2 questions, Jeff.
Only 2 questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you. In that case, then we go to the case study. We have half an hour to do the case study. So let me put this up. Can we close down the poll, Ivy? And so that I want screen share. Right. So can you see this case study 2A, financing charges?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So background to the dispute. Project involves 2 phases. Section A1, which is for the rehabilitation and improvement of an existing road, and Section A2, which is for the maintenance of a road for a period of 5 years after taking over. Section A1 was subject to a defects notification period of 12 months. The employer incurred certain delays in making payments to a contractor, commencing with the very first IPC dated January 2014. On occasions, these delays exceeded several months. Due to these payment delays, the contractor suspended the works in March 2016, and after partial payment of some of the pending invoices, the contractor continued with the works. Throughout the execution of the works, the contractor gained payment from the employer of financing charges and submitted detailed financial statements. The employer did not proceed with the payments nor provide a valid reason for the delays. The taking over certificate was issued with effect from the 15th of August 2016, and the contractor submitted its statement at completion on the 29th of September 2016. By the end of May 2018, the employer had still not paid partially or in full 6 IPC for Section A1 and none of the 19 IPC for the maintenance works, the Section A2. On 21st of June 2018, the contractor received payment of just over $1 million without any indication to what this amount corresponded. On 26th September 2018, the contractor submitted referral number 1 to the dispute board, which had only recently been appointed. In the proceedings, the claimant argued that, or he requested the dispute board to recognize the contractor's entitlement to payment of outstanding amounts, plus payment of financing charges due to delayed payments, and to instruct the employer to proceed with this payment without further delays. The contractor contended that more than 2 years after taking over, it had not received the retention monies, despite having complied with all the contract requirements and any additional employer's instructions. The contractor added that the employer had not paid any amounts for the maintenance works, which commenced in August 2016. And this was a statement for the referral was calculated up to the end of May 2018. And subject to modification based on breakdown of the payment received on the 21st of June, $1 million, we don't know what it was for, they claimed 5 items. Lack of payment of IPC concerning A1 rehabilitation works, lack of payment of any payment for the maintenance work, lack of payment of the retention money due for certification following the issue of the taking over certificate, payment of financing charges in relation to all of that. Contractor had alleged that it notified the engineer and the employer about these delays, requested payment of the amount due, and submitted interim claims updating the financing charges. The contractor stated the claims met with debate from the engineer with respect to start date for the calculation of the payment period, and in consequence, the calculation of the financing charges. The discussion on the applicable dates referred to the moment when the period under subclause 14.7 was to commence. The contractor believed it should be from when the contractor first submitted its statement with supporting documents. The engineer argued it should be from the date when the contractor resubmitted the monthly statement after amendment as instructed by the engineer. There's also discussion concerning the method for compounding financing charges and the rate to be applied. The contractor contended that as the central bank in the country does not publish a discount rate, and no rate is stated in the contract data, the discount rate from a neighboring country should be used. During July and August 2018, the parties and the engineer exchanged correspondence. The employer agreed there was a dispute and suggested this matter be submitted to the dispute board for its opinion. Those are the amounts the contractor claimed, approximately 1.5 million. The employer's position, very briefly, we contended that the contractor's claims for financing charges is inadmissible, as there had been no notice of claim under clause 20.1. Moreover, the employer contended that the financing charges in relation to the maintenance works are not applicable, as the contractor has not resubmitted any of the statements after taking account of the engineer's comments after his checking. And then it said, if the dispute board finds that the financing charges are due, the employer requests the DB to fix the applicable rate as a discount rate practiced by the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States, payment being United States dollars. So what do you think of this situation? who is in a strong position and who is in a weak position? Who wants to give an opinion on this?
Hello, Jeff.
Yes, Hamid?
It's a complicated situation, but what I can see is that the contractor was not paid for the 2 packages. He should have issued a notice to the employer for suspension of works rather than to continue with the works and putting himself in a more risky position. So I think this is the first mistake and a major one. And the employer is also on a fault that he should have made payments and justification and showed him all those reasons why he is not paying to the contractor. So I see those 2 major reasons. I'm sure there will be some more which other colleagues made.
Any other viewpoints? Well, if you were a dispute board, yes.
Hello.
Hello, Baba. Yes.
Yeah. This is Babar from PWRDSP.
Yes.
I think the claimant is in a weaker position because of not deputing any notices to the employer. But on the other hand, the employer is also guilty. I think employer is on a weaker position as compared to claimant position, I think. As far as my position is concerned.
Okay. Any other ideas? Any other viewpoints? Do you generally?
During whole of these proceedings, there is no mention about the determination by the engineer. There is no nothing reference about the
there isn't, but
determined by the engineer or
basically the employer.
Sorry, Jeff, can you unmute? Thanks.
I didn't realize I was mute. Sorry. Thank you.
No, I mistakenly pressed it because I had to mute someone. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the employer's position basically was exactly the same as the engineer's determination. The employer just repeated everything the engineer said. Okay. So if you were a dispute board, what would you need to look at here? What are the problems? We have the arguments are about let's see what the employer says. There is no notice of claim for financing charges under 20.1. That the maintenance works, there should be no question of late payment, no financing charges, because the engineer had commented on the statements. He said that the statements were incorrect and the contractor must correct this statement and resubmit. And therefore, as he hadn't resubmitted, the 28 days had never begun, and therefore there's no question of late payment. And this had gone on for 19 months. And then there's an argument about the starting point, well, not the starting point because that is covered by these things. There's an argument about the applicable rate. The contractor says you should take a rate for dollars from a neighboring country, borrowing money in the neighboring country at dollar rates, and the employer says it should be based on the rate in the United States fixed by the Federal Reserve Bank. So those are basically the 3 arguments that the dispute board must deal with. So what is your view on those 3 points? Is notice required under clause 20.1?
Well, regarding the notice is not required.
No, notice is not required. So the employer is wrong on that point. He cannot rely upon that as a defense. And it seems to be the engineer might have recognized that, because he actually said that, in this, according to the contractor, the engineer had said there was an argument about the start date for the financing costs, not the fact that they were due. Simply they couldn't argue about from when they were due. Okay, so what about the second point? Resubmission of the statements for the maintenance works. Any views on that? Is that a strong argument for the employer? No views on this? Well, remember, you not ask, the engineer cannot ask the contractor to resubmit the statements, except for the final statement. But for normal statements, and here we have 19 interim payment certificates, we're 2 years into this maintenance contract, we have 3 years to go. The engineer may have been unhappy with the statements, but he should issue his certificate based on his evaluation of the work. But unless statements had no supporting documents at all, the engineer should have certified something and not sent everything back to the contractor to change the figures, because that's what he asked for. He asked the end contractor to change the figures and resubmit with his figures. And that is a fundamental mistake. The engineer cannot do that. There's no requirement for the contractor to include in the statement the engineer's figures, except for the final certificate. So the employer's in a very weak position there as well. So he should have paid. What about the retention money? Should that have been released? Any ideas on the retention money?
50% of the retention should be released upon the taking over certificate.
Yeah.
And if there is no defects and if the defect liability period overs, then the rest of the 50% retention can be paid.
You're right. And the defect notification period was 12 months. And we're now 2 years afterwards. Contractor says he's complied with all the employer's instructions and the contract requirements. The employer hasn't said anything about it. He hasn't denied that. And therefore it's taken that he has agreed to that. So it should have been, the retention money should have been released. And moreover, on this project, the performance security was more than half of the retention money. So it all should have been released upon taking over. So the contractor was also entitled to receive the retention money. We have maintenance work, $284,000. That was due for release. And then he's calculated the financing, which is called delay interest, $284,000. But the question we now have to answer is, what do we do about this rate? Because the contract actually says you have to use the rate stated in the contract. If nothing's stated in the contract, it is 3% above the discount rate practiced by the central bank of the country. And if there's no such rate for that currency, then it is the discount rate practiced by the central bank of the currency of payment. So do you think the employer's right or the contractor's right? The contractor says, we would have used the rate from the central bank in your country, but there isn't one, so we used the country next door.
Both are wrong.
Both are wrong. Yes.
Jeff, I think this is Dr. Murtaza from Transkarachi. The rate for the prevailing currency will, in which the payment is being made for the contract, that will prevail. If the contract is in the US dollars, I think so then the Central Reserve Bank of the United States rates will apply for that, because the country where the project is being executed does not have, their bank does not have the central rate. That's my point of view.
Okay, thank you. Any other viewpoints? Well, the contract is quite clear that if there's no rate, it is a currency of payment, is in dollars, so it must be an interest rate tied to the dollar. And there was no interest rate applicable in that country. The central bank of the country where the project was located did not have a rate for borrowing in dollars. And so in that case, you must go to the last line under the clause, which says it is the central bank of the currency of payment. And the currency of payment being dollars, United States dollars, it is the Federal Reserve Bank, which you have to look at their rate. And of course, at this time, that rate was actually negative. So to add 3% to a negative rate, and it didn't give the contractor very much at all. So he's entitled to financing charges. He's entitled to be paid, but the financing charges were very low. Okay, so that is, you see, that's a typical situation where these payment problems arises. Arguments about the submission of the statements, arguments about the dates of payment, about whether financing charges are subject to a notice under clause 20.1, and then what rates should be applied and what periods should be taken into account. So on that one project, we had several of the typical problems we come up against. And it was all misunderstanding. The employer had no excuse really much earlier. And in fact, the project was financed by the Asian Development Bank. But, if as far as they were concerned, there were no statements for maintenance work. The contractor never asked for any money for maintenance work. So the funds were never drawn down. Okay, any comments on that? Any questions? I did have another case study, which was about the cost adjustment formula. We have 7 minutes left before break time, so maybe you can look very quickly at this. Because I didn't really, no, we leave the cost adjustment formula. We do it tomorrow when we're talking about variations. So we put that in the variations clause tomorrow. So if you don't have any other questions, any comments, I suggest then that we have our break now and we start again at 15 minutes past the hour. So we have almost 20-minute break. Okay, thank you.
I
Jeff, we can't hear you if you're talking. I don't know whether it's started or not.
Jeff, we can't hear you.
Yes, I hadn't started. I was just about to start. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So for the next couple of hours, we're going to look at the taking over the works, the defects notification period, and the contractor's responsibilities during that period, and then the end of that period with the performance certificate and the release of the performance security. So tests on completion, which is the starting point. Obviously, whether or not you have tests on completion will depend upon the type of project that you're executing. For a road project, tests on completion, you might check the evenness of the road surfacing, or you may have a load test on a bridge, or foundation could have it. But before commencing a test on completion, the contractor must submit as-built documents and operation and maintenance manuals for parts of the works that he has designed. In the pink book, if a contractor doesn't design any part of a work, which is a usual situation, he doesn't do the as-built drawings. It's the designer or the engineer who produce the as-built drawings. Now, the contractor must then give notice to the engineer of when he expects to be ready to carry out each test. And he must give at least 21 days notice of when that date will be. The engineer must then fix the actual date for carrying out the test within a 14-day window after the date given by the contractor. So that's something a contractor needs to build into his program from the outset, because he will not be entitled to any extension of time if the engineer decides the test should be on the day 14 instead of day 1, and that will be a cause of critical delay to completion of the project. Now, when the tests are carried out, if the works fail to pass the tests, either the engineer or the contractor can request that the tests be carried out a second time. Maybe the results will be better. If those tests are unduly delayed by the employer after the 14-day window, then the contractor is initially entitled to an extension time because of that. And if the delay continues for more than 14 days, so it now be 28 days after the contractor, after the date given by the contractor, then the tests are not done. At this stage, the employer is deemed to have taken over the works on the date when the test should have been completed, and the tests will be carried out during the defects notification period. If, on the other hand, the contractor delays the tests, then the engineer may instruct the contractor to carry out the tests within the next 21 days. And in that case, it is the contractor who chooses the date. And if the contractor doesn't do it within the 21 days, then the employer and the engineer can carry out the tests without the contractor, and he cannot contest the results. They are at his risk and at his expense. Let's just stop there. This can be relatively easy if there is just one test, like a load test on a bridge, but it can become complicated if it is a power station, because this notice, which has to be given, the 21 days, it says it, sorry, where is it? Go back a slide. Yeah, the 21 days notice the contractor must give is for each test. And the tests, if you actually refer to different phases, you can have cold tests before you energize equipment, and then you test each piece of equipment individually, and then you test it all together, and then you might have a trial run. And so there can be dozens of tests, and you would need dozens of notices, each being more than 21 days before each test. Unless you do one notice for all tests, given that it is at least 21 days before you're going to do the test. So if you do it 28 days, 35 days, that doesn't matter. So the contractor, the way to simplify this is that the contractor gives one notice for all tests. But the downside of that is, how do you calculate this 14-day window? Because the 14-day window applies to each test as well. So all of this can be very complicated to manage when you are building something like a sewage treatment plant or a power station under a pink book contract. Right, let's look at this on a timeline. Once the contractor has identified a date when he will be ready to start the testing, he gives notice of the tests, and has to be at least 21 days notice period. And then in the meantime, he has to make sure that he has submitted as-built drawings and operation and maintenance manuals. Then, as I said, there's a 14-day window during which the engineer actually chooses the date to start the testing. And if he goes beyond that and there's delay due to the employer, the contractor gets an extension of time, an additional payment. And if the delay itself goes beyond 14 days, the works are deemed to be taken over at the date when the tests should have been carried out. So it would be going, well, it's actually, you have to calculate how long the test should take from the scheduled date for tests. Now, if the test result is good, then you move to a taking over procedure. If it's bad, either party can ask for a retest, and that may give a successful result. So again, you go to a taking over procedure. If the result is bad, then the engineer has three options. He can ask for a third retest in the hope that it actually gives favorable results, or he can issue a taken over certificate if the employer agrees, but in that case, there must be a discount because the work is substandard if the test results were bad. And therefore, if it's to be accepted, there must be a discount. The third alternative is that if the test results are so bad, it's obvious that we're never going to be able to use their works for the intended purpose, then the engineer can reject the works. And in that case, the employer is entitled to claim the amount he paid the contractor, plus the cost of demolition, plus the cost of financing. So basically, the employer is entitled to be put back into the position he was in before the contract was signed, so that he can start again with another contractor. But that obviously doesn't happen very often. Now, let's assume the tests were good and we go to the taking over procedure under clause 10.1 to 10.4. And excuse me, taking over is what FIDIC is the expression FIDIC uses for the transfer of the completed works from the contractor to the employer. The works are now in a usable condition. They can be used for the intended purpose, even though there may be some very minor defects or some minor items to complete. You don't have to have every single defect repaired and every single item of work completed before you have this transfer of responsibility for the completed works. It is the engineer who decides whether the works are complete. Under the contract, it's the engineer who signs and issues the taking over certificate. It's not the employer, it is the engineer. However, in most cases, the employer will want to inspect the works, perhaps with the engineer, and the law may impose other procedures in addition to the contractual procedures. The law may require checking by an outside authority. Maybe the fire department must check. Maybe the municipality, the engineers must check to see that everything complies with the local building regulations. In some countries, there must be a check by an independent certifying engineer, quality engineer. So the engineer on this project will need to check that the legal requirements are fulfilled as well as the contractual requirements before issuing the taking over certificate. This process applies to the works as a whole. It also applies to sections with a capital S, which are predetermined. They are mentioned in the contract to be sections, and a section has its own taking over certificate and its own defects notification period. And it can also apply to parts of the works which are not pre-identified in the contract, but the employer accepts to take over those parts in advance of the main works, or the employer begins using that part of the works. Now, the process begins, in most cases, with the contractor applying for taking over certificate within 14 days, so less than 14 days before he anticipates being ready. Remember, the notice for the testing was more than 21 days, so it could be 28 days, 35 days, 30 days, but the notice for completing the works is very short. It could just be 1 day. It's less than 14 days. Now, from the moment the engineer receives that application, he has 28 days to process it. So he had 28 days to decide whether the works are complete, whether they can be used, and whether the legal requirements have been satisfied. And so if the contractor gives 14 days notice, then after the works are complete, after the 14 days, the engineer will only have an additional 14 days to check everything and to make sure that all these outside bodies have the opportunity to check everything and submit their reports. Because if the engineer, and this same procedure, as I said, applies to a section, and it can also apply to a part if the employer agrees to take over any part of the works in advance of the remainder. But if the engineer does not reply within 28 days, I'll tell you now, but I must have a slide on it later, then the works are deemed to be taken over on day 28. So if the engineer does not complete this exercise within that time, it is too late. Now, why is the taking over certificate important? Because it triggers several different shifts in responsibility and opens the door and starts a clock ticking for various actions. So the first thing is liability for care of the works is transferred to the employer. So prior to the taking over certificate, if there's any damage to the work, then the contractor was to repair that at his own expense, unless the damage is caused by one of the activities which is defined under clause 17.3 to be an employer's risk event, in which case the employer had to pay repairs. But in general, any repairs had to be paid for by the the contractor. Once the takeover certificate is issued, in general, if any damage to the works, that is at the employer's expense, and he must cover that, and ideally he should have insurance to cover that, unless it is something which is due to defective workmanship or poor materials supplied by the contractor during the execution of the works. Now, what other items then begin or are attached or related to the issue of the taken over certificate? How many can you think of? Any ideas? Any suggestions?
Well, obviously the retention can be processed.
Yes, that is one item.
And the responsibility, as you mentioned, goes to the employer and for taking care of it.
Mm-hmm. And the contractors.
Defect liability also starts from that period.
Yeah, defects notification period begins. And anything else? The time for the issue of a statement at completion begins. The contractor's responsibility for insurance of the works changes. So we have insurance, care for the works, defects notification period begins, retention is released, and the statement at completion. I think that's everything. So it is quite significant. I think if we listed it all, there's 6 or 7 items which are related to this issue of the taking over certificate. And obviously, one of the major items is that the defects notification period, DNP, begins. And if there's one taken over certificate for the entire project, there's one defects notification period. But if there are sections, each with its own taking over certificate, there are defects notification periods for each section. In general, those periods are 12 months, unless the contract data says otherwise. And during that period, the contractor has 2 responsibilities. He must deal with any items which were listed in a punch list tied to the taken over certificate, and he must do that within a reasonable period, which is fixed by the engineer. And then he must remedy any other defects which are discovered and notified to him during the defects notification period. Now, you're probably more familiar with the expression defects liability period than defects notification period. Prior to 1999, FIDIC contracts referred to defects liability period, but that was not a very accurate title because it led some contractors to argue that once the defects liability period had expired, they were no longer liable for the defects. And so they didn't take any action during the defects liability period in the hope that the period would expire and they would be released from liability and they would not incur the costs of remedying those defects. So that is why FIDIC changed the name from defects liability period to defects notification period. And if the contractor is notified about a defect during that period of 12 months, he must repair the defect, even if it takes him another 6 months, another year, or 2 years. He's not released from liability at the end of that period. Now, before I go into the detailed obligations, I just want to see if there are a couple of questions come in or comments. I see one is in Pakistan, you define a substantial completion. substantial completion is not found in FIDIC 1999 contracts or in the Pink Book or in FIDIC 2017 either. We used to refer to substantial completion, and now it does say if the works are substantially complete, if I remember correct, but it's not, we don't call it substantial completion anymore. We used to have a substantial completion certificate. In some countries, you talk about a practical completion certificate or even a provisional acceptance certificate. They all mean the same thing. We just give them different names. It's important to use the name which is stated in the contract. If a contract says it's a taking over certificate, you must call it a taking over certificate, unless the law requires something else. But it can lead to all sorts of problems if you mix up jargon, you mix up expressions. So it's always good practice to use the expressions stated in the contract. Now, next point I have is the engineer usually asked for as-built drawings from the contractor at the TOC stage, even when the design is carried out by the employer only, though it is not contractually required from a contractor. It's true that I often see employers arguing that it is and engineers arguing it is a contractor's responsibility to provide as-built drawings, but if you're working under the Pink Book, unless you put in the particular conditions that the contractor must provide the as-built drawings, then he's not required to do so. If you put it in the specifications, you might think that's sufficient, but the specifications are below the general conditions in the order of priority. So it's a general condition which applies, which is that the contractor only provides the as-built drawings for the parts of works he designs. Now, Abdurrahman, this question relates to works being completed only in canal closure period each year. Normally, closure period is recommended for repair and maintenance works of the perennial canal. After expiry of closure period, the canal water is to be released to fulfill the needs of the downstream areas, which means that the canal is now in use of the employer in one way or the other. As per GCC subclause 10.2, if the employer does not use any part of works before a taking over certificate is issued, is it deemed to be considered taken over by the employer? What is the way out for the employer for these sort of works? That's a complicated question. So, okay, so water in the canal, which has to be released for irrigation purposes, but once water, you put water in the canal, then you're using the canal. And once you release the water from the canal, the canal is not operating in the same conditions, but you're getting the benefit of the water. So you are using the works. So I think it'd be very difficult to argue that you haven't taken over works because they were only used temporarily. Now you can put in the particular conditions that you will use the works temporarily, and that is not deemed to be taken over, because the contract says that if you begin using the works, then they are deemed to be taken over unless it is a temporary measure specified in the contract or agreed with the contractor. So you could put in the particular conditions that that is foreseen and it is not deemed taking over. But if you are using the canal, why don't you take it over? Is it fair to a contractor that you should not take it over and take responsibility if you are getting the benefit? But clause 10.1 says if the works are capable of being used for their intended purpose. Now I have 4 other messages. Let's go down. If works are taken partially under 10.2, then its DNP starts from the date when the engineer issues TOC under 10 10.2, when it will be finished after 365 days, or with complete works DNP finished. Now this is complicated. You have a separate defects notification period for sections, but there's no separate defects notification period for a part, an undefined part. So if you have deemed takeover of a part because you begin using part of the works, there's no separate defects notification period for that. The defects notification period which applies to the part is the defects notification period for the whole works. Or if a part is within a section, it's a defects notification period for the section. So it can be longer than 12 months. It's a little complicated to understand, but if you look at the definition of defects notification period, it applies to the works as a whole or to a section. It does not apply to a part. The 12 months is not linked to the taking over certificate for a part. It's linked to the taking over certificate for the section or the works as a whole. Now, Sajid asked me to define defects. Suppose you take over a building and it is in your use during DNP, you face short circuiting, which fall in defects, even if it is already in your use. Let's deal with that in a moment. Next slide, we talk about what the liability is for defects and what they actually are. When will DNP start? If the project is taken over under S subclause 10.2, shall the defects notification period begin, or it will begin when the project is completed under section 10.1. That's basically the same question I just said. The contractor becomes liable for the defects because the works are now in use, but the period is not 12 months. The contractor is liable until the end of the defects notification period for the entire works or a section. Right, I've dealt with those, I think. I hope that's clarified. So let's go to what the obligation is with respect to defects. Firstly, let's look at it a little philosophically. It is assumed during defects notification period that a defect is due to the contractor, that it is his workmanship or poor materials or whatever, and it's more or less up to the contractor to demonstrate that it's not his fault. But there's an assumption that it is his fault, and therefore he is responsible for repairing it. So he is responsible, or in reality, for repairing it if the defect comes from his design. Any part of the design for which the contractor is responsible, from plant materials or workmanship which are not in accordance with the contract, or failure of the contractor to comply with any other obligation. For example, there is a mistake in the operation and maintenance manuals. So those items the contractor must repair at his own expense. It is assumed that that's what caused the defect unless he can show otherwise. Now, he is not responsible for what is called fair wear and tear, the normal use of the works. He's not responsible if the defect is due to the employer's design, and is not responsible if the damage was caused by the employer himself or by a third party, such as the operators of the sewage treatment plant didn't operate correctly, the maintenance work has not been done, changing filters, changing oil, etc. That was due to the employer or his personnel, the operating staff. Fair wear and tear is, where you do have to change light bulbs because the light bulb has limited life, or you have to, the white lines on the road are not as bright after the end of a year as they were before you opened the road. That is normal. The contractor is not responsible for that. So if we go to a question which was asked earlier, what about the building where you have short circuiting? Well, it is assumed that during that period, if you have short circuits in the electrical system, there is something wrong probably with the installation. So it's the contractor who installed the electrical system who is responsible, unless he can show he's not responsible, that it's because of your poor maintenance or misuse of the system. So normally you would expect the contractor to be responsible for that. Let's see, please elaborate the fair wear and tear. How about the question there? So fair wear and tear, let's go back to that. I mentioned the white lines on the road. That, after a year, the white lines are not as white as they were to begin with. That's fair wear and tear. Light bulbs know that blow and are not usable. If all the light bulbs blow in 1 year, there seems to be a problem of quality. But if you have 1 out of 100, that's not unusual, that's normal. You can't say the contractor is at fault and he needs to do something about it. Paint gets chipped from using it, using things. Filters need to be changed every 6 months, or oil needs to be changed in motors. That's fair wear and tear. Tires wear. You know that a tire after a year, 2 years is not as in the same condition as when they were new. So that is what we mean by fair wear and tear. Things which happen from normal use and was foreseeable. Now, if the defect is not due to the contractor, it is fair wear and tear, or it's due to misuse or damage by a third party, like a truck driver who crashes into a lighting column and destroys the lighting column. That's got nothing to do with the contractor. You cannot force the contractor to repair that at his expense. In that case, the employer has to decide what to do. Does he want to have the contractor repair it? In which case the contractor submits a proposal as a variation under subclause 13.3. And if you accept that proposal, the contractor does the work and he's paid for it as though it's a variation. Or you decide it's too expensive and you will find someone else to do it, or you do it yourself, your own maintenance department, or you decide to leave it. In some countries I go to, even on relatively new projects, you have a lot of damaged road barriers, crash barriers, and lighting columns, etc. The government cannot blame the contractor, and they don't have the money to repair it, so it's left in that condition. Now, in some cases, there'd be an argument about who is responsible for the defect. Is it due to an error in design on the employer's side? For example, there's not enough reinforcement in the concrete, or is it due to poor workmanship because the reinforcement was not in the correct place in the concrete? Well, in that case, the engineer can order the contractor to search for the cause of the defect. Sometimes we call this the root cause. And so the contractor carries out an investigation, maybe brings in an expert to look at everything and to look at the design to try to decide who is responsible. If that search, that investigation shows the contractor is liable, then the contractor has to pay for the search. He also has to pay for the remedial work. If the search shows that the contractor is not liable, then the employer has to pay for the search and also for remedial work. I can give you an example of this from many years ago when I was still working on sites. I was in Baghdad when Iraq was at war with Iran, and we were building an expressway, and we included a bridge over the main railway lines leaving Baghdad, very wide bridge. And the bridge deck cracked. Had a lot of cracks in the bridge deck once it was put into use, and we had to carry out an investigation. And in fact, there's a consulting engineer from London came to look at this bridge and to investigate and decide what happened. And he said it was a mixture of responsibility. The bridge was actually overloaded because when the army had to move tanks around the country because the Iranians were attacking in another part of the country, then we had tank transporters with tanks, all one behind the other, and in all the lanes on the bridge. So the bridge was heavily overloaded. So that was part of the problem. And the other part of the problem was actually the method the contractor had used to construct the bridge. He had used lost formwork, where he used very small, very thin concrete slabs as formwork before doing the main deck. And there's a problem in placing this lost formwork, and that contributed to the problem as well. So the search showed that there was a mixture of responsibility, and there had to be a mixture of liability for the searching and for the remedial works. Now, what happens if a contractor refuses to deal with defects for which he is responsible? Then the engineer must issue a clear instruction, and he must fix a reasonable time for the contractor to comply. That is very important. You must give the contractor that opportunity, that final opportunity to deal with the matter. If he doesn't do it, then the employer is entitled to take another contractor to execute the work and to claim the costs from the first contractor. He must make a claim under clause 2.5. Now, the new contractor then becomes liable if the repair work doesn't function. If he doesn't solve the problem, the new contractor is responsible, not the old contractor. Now, it's possible that if the defect cannot be remedied at a reasonable cost, and therefore you can accept the defect against a reduction in the contract price, which is either to be agreed, or the engineer must determine what that reduction in contract price will be. Okay, now, if the defect is so bad that the works cannot be used, either the whole of the works cannot be used for the intended purpose or a major part, then the employer can terminate the contract and recover compensation. And the compensation includes terminating the contract, the normal results from terminating the contract, but also, as I said earlier, everything the contract has been paid for doing the works, plus financing costs, the cost of borrowing money from ADB, whatever, plus the cost of demolition and clearance of the site. Now, I do have a couple of questions, so let me deal with the slides first, and then I'll come back to the questions. Now, clause 11.3 allows the employer to claim an extension to the defects notification period. Now, he can claim multiple extensions up to a total extension of 2 years. So if the defect is repaired once, that may give a rise to a first extension, but the repair doesn't work, and so you get a second extension, and so on, up to a total of 2 years. But the condition which must be satisfied in order to claim an extension is that the entire works or a section, predetermined section, or a major item of plant cannot be used. And then the extension to which the employer is entitled is equal to the period during which the works, the section, or the item of plant could not be used. The defects notification period does not recommence. You're unable to use the works for 3 months. You had to close the bridge for 3 months while you repaired it. You get an extension of 3 months. That is all. And the claim must be made before the existing defects notification period expires. If you wait to day 366, it will be too late. And this is all you get. You cannot claim for new defects notification period. You cannot claim for loss of use because your power station has been closed down, your water treatment plant has been closed down, and you're unable to sell the water. You only get the extended defects notification period. So this is not going to happen very often. It's not often the case that the entire works or a predetermined section cannot be used. Now, and let's see, because I saw there was a question that dealt with that. So let's go back. So
Jeff, I have one question as well.
Yes.
Okay. For example, the contractor doesn't fix the defects.
Yeah.
You mentioned that the employer will do a claim under clause 2.5, correct?
Yes.
And this claim will be going to the dispute board.
Yes.
Usually, the dispute board is not very quick in resolving these kind of issues, and it may go into litigation or whatever, and it will take, like, for example, 12 months or 2 years. So during that time, what should be done to fix those defects at the site?
Okay. Well, let's go back. The employer must make a claim under clause 2.5. In the first instance, the engineer should issue a determination. If he determines that the employer's claim is correct, the employer is entitled to compensation. What is the amount of the compensation? Well, the amount of the compensation is the cost of doing the repair, and that is because someone else has done the repair work and the employer has the invoice and can show exactly how much it cost. And so the engineer determines that the employer is entitled to recover that cost, and then that amount is included as a negative amount in the next interim payment certificate, which might be the final payment certificate, and it is deducted from any amount due to the contractor, due to be paid to the contractor. If there's insufficient money available, it is deducted from the performance security. You can use the performance security to recover that money. That's if the defect has been repaired. If it's something which cannot be repaired because it's too expensive, or then the engineer has to determine the discount to which the employer is entitled, because of that substandard work. So again, there should be an interim payment certificate with the amount in favor of the employer, which becomes a discount, a deduction from amounts otherwise due. It is more complicated, perhaps, if you want to terminate the contract and seek full repayment, because you will then not be able to use the works for the intended purpose. You have to demolish and start all over again. So then the users are not going to get the benefit for several years. Now, so you shouldn't be in a case, I can't see you being in a case where it has to go to litigation for the employer to get his money, except if performance security is not enough to cover the cost of the defect. And you say the dispute board takes a long time. The dispute board should normally issue its decision within 84 days of being asked to do so. And if it doesn't, then you can go directly to arbitration, or maybe your contract doesn't foresee arbitration but litigation. But if you don't get a decision within 84 days, you can start that process. Admittedly, that might take a long time. Now, I hope that answers your question. Let me look at one or two others which are there about this subject. Pursuant to subclause 11.3, DNP shall not be extended by more than 2 years, 2 years from TOC date or after completion of first year. It's an extension of 2 years. So it's 2 years after the first year. So it could be a total of 3 years. Fair wear and tear already dealt with. Now, Navid Ahmed asked, if the employer remedies the defects or completes the outstanding works on the contractor's cost, then may he recover that cost from the performance security if no other instrument is available? Yes, he can. If there's no other money available to cover that expense, then he must go through the claim process to get the engineer to certify that you're entitled to that amount, but then you ask for payment under the performance security. Sajid said, what will be procedure for deploying new contractor to take up the defects if main contractor does not do so? Will you go for competitive bidding or hire a contractor on pick and choose? I think direct negotiation. Maybe the ADB would be better to answer this. I think it will depend upon the amount of the value of the work. If it's very, very minor, I would have thought it's more efficient to have direct negotiation so that it can be dealt with quickly rather than have competitive bidding. But obviously, if it's a substantial amount, then to be sure that money is not being misused, then you should have competitive bidding. Okay, what else do we have? For local and ADB guidelines should be used for selecting a contractor. That's Hamid Khan. Okay, that's what I suggested. See what they say about it. But, okay, so that's the last of the questions. So let's then go back to the slides. And at the end of the defects notification period, then the question of the performance certificate arises under clause 11.9. So the engineer, and only the engineer, issue the performance certificate, and it must be issued within 28 days after the end of the defects notification period, if there is a single defects notification period, because it's a single taking over certificate. If you have more than one taking over certificate, because you have sections or parts, then it's 28 days after the last expiry date. But if there are defects which have still not been repaired, which were notified to the contractor during that period, still not been repaired, then the performance certificate is issued once the repair works have been done and any necessary testing. and the contractor has handed over the necessary test reports or whatever, contractor's documents. So that can be after the end of the defects notification period. Only the performance certificate constitutes acceptance of the work. Up to this point, the engineer can go back on anything he's approved. He can reject things which he'd accepted previously. Nothing is final until this performance certificate is issued, because the performance certificate says the contractor has performed and fulfilled his obligations under the contract. Okay, so that's very significant. There's only one performance certificate for the project. You do not have a performance certificate for each section or for each part. That's I mentioned that yesterday in discussion. Now, one point I should perhaps make is that here we are talking about contractual liability for defects, or express liability, express provisions of the contract with respect to defects. But we also have to look at what does the law say about defects. Because the law may impose something different. In common law countries, and I should think this is the case in Pakistan, that you have a contractual liability for defects which may exceed the contractual 12 months, the defects notification period. You can be sued for breach of contract, because if there's a defect in the work, that is actually a breach of contract. And you can be sued for breach of contract for up to 6 years, in some cases 12 years, after the party, the victim, could find that defect. Okay, the starting point is a little vague. There's different jurisprudence dealing with this. And so you have to consult a lawyer on this, but you could sue the contractor for breach of contract if you find a defect 6 years after the issue of the performance certificate, or maybe 12 years. The difference between 6 and 12 is depend upon what you state in the contract. If you state in the contract that it is a deed, D-E-E-D, then the liability is 12 years instead of 6. Now, a deed in old days, it used to be, a document on parchment, not on normal paper, and it was sealed with a wax seal, and that was a deed. Whereas if there was no seal, it was just signed by the parties, it was an ordinary contract, and you had the 6-year liability period. Now, if the contract is witnessed and it says it's a deed, then it is a 12-year liability period instead of 6-year liability. The problem is, how do you actually apply that? Because the contractor will have left, he won't have a performance security, you'll have to sue him, and then he will say that you didn't maintain the works properly, the defect was not caused by him, etc. It will be difficult to prove, but in theory, you have it. Now, in some countries, you also have what is called a 10-year liability, a decinal liability. That's the case often in civil law countries like France, where I live, but also in Middle Eastern countries, because Middle Eastern law is often based on Egyptian law, which is quite closely or heavily influenced by French law. And so under those laws, the contractor must give a 10-year liability for major defects. And the 10 years runs from the issue of the performance certificate. And in fact, it's quite common for contractors to take out insurance, and the law might require them to take out insurance to cover that liability. Now, I have several questions come in, so let's look at those. before I go on. And so Navid asks, Navid Ahmad asks, may contractor claim EOT after issue of performance certificate? No, because he doesn't need an EOT, or he shouldn't need an EOT at that stage. The EOT relates to the time for completion. And there should be no argument about the time for completion when the performance certificate is issued, because the performance certificate is issued after the end of a defects notification period, a long time after the time for completion. So any claim for an extension of time should have been made much, much earlier, and the contractor has probably lost his rights to make a claim at this stage. In addition, tied to this, remember, the contractor, once he receives the performance certificate, must issue his draft statement of completion, draft final statement rather. The draft final statement is then agreed. He issues the actual final statement, the agreed final statement, plus a discharge in which he releases the employer from all liability. So at that point, certainly, once he's issued a discharge, he cannot claim an extension of time. So in almost all cases, I would say 99% of cases, it's too late for the contractor to claim an extension of time once a performance certificate has been issued. Now, may the engineer issue a first performance certificate and then evaluate contractor's EAT request or any other? Okay, this is slightly different. The performance certificate signifies the contractor has completed the works and rectified defects. It doesn't mean to say that you've agreed all of his claims. The contractor may have or have claims pending that it's been impossible to deal with. So the performance certificate is largely unrelated to any claims for extension of time or claims for additional payment or approval of alleged variations. Those items can go on to be discussed and argued about for years afterwards, particularly if you go to arbitration, for example, which takes several years to process the outstanding issues. Now, if the contractor does not finish the punch list works within the DNP, then what should the engineer, the employer, do regarding this, and who will bear the expenses of the extended DNP when huge consultancy costs are also involved? Well, the DNP will not be extended. It's not, you can only extend the DNP if you're unable to use the works because of the defect. Now, assuming that it's not in that case, the contractor is still liable for the defects, even though the defects notification period has expired, and he must repair them. Now, if he doesn't, as I said, the engineer should issue a clear instruction to repair the defects, to remedy the defects, and fix a time scale for doing it. Once the contractor, if the contractor fails to do that within the time scale, then the employer is entitled to take someone else and to claim the cost. So the engineer should warn the contractor that's going to happen, and the engineer, the employer, should then find another contractor in accordance with ADB guidelines and complete the work and make a claim against the contractor for the cost of that remedial work. Now, the consultancy agreements, the consultancy fees, they would have been incurred anyway up to the end of the defects notification period, because the engineer must still be involved because he has to issue the performance certificate and he must issue the final payment certificate. So you will still have some fees right up to, after the end of the defects notification period. if the defects notification period is extended because of major defects which prevent the employer from using the works, then yes, there will be additional consultancy costs, but unfortunately, I don't know whether they can be, I think it might be possible to claim those, because where you have a defect in the work and it's necessary to carry out additional tests, then the costs incurred in relation to additional tests, the employer's costs, the consultancy agreement, are claimable. So it might be possible to make a claim for additional consultancy costs if there are additional inspections and testing after the end of the defects notification period, beyond the date when the engineer would normally leave site. What if the engineer does not issue a performance certificate? May an employer issue the same? He could not. Only the engineer can issue the performance certificate. And that is why I said yesterday morning at the outset, you must make sure the engineer's contract is extended as long as necessary, so that he is there to fulfill all of these duties. If they get into this situation, then the dispute board can decide when the performance certificate should have been issued, but the employer cannot issue it on his behalf. So the dispute board will do it instead of the engineer. Right, I think that takes me to the end of the questions. Right, so let's go back here. We had the performance certificate. Now, how does this relate to retention? Well, the issue of the performance certificate is not really linked to release of the second half of the retention. You do not keep the second half of the retention until the performance certificate is issued. The second half of the retention is to be included in a statement by the contractor after the expiry of a defects notification period, and the engineer must certify payment. But when he's certifying release of the retention, he's entitled to withhold the estimated cost of any outstanding repair works. The balance of the retention must be released. And then that amount which is being withheld is then released once the repairs have been carried out, and if necessary, any testing has been done and is successful. And then the performance certificate is issued, where, as you know, once that repair and testing is complete. So the two things are in parallel, but they are largely independent of each other. Now, here's a problem which has been mentioned a couple of times since yesterday when we started. Once the performance certificate is issued, the employer has 21 days to release the performance security. And then, but in parallel, the contractor must work on his draft final statement, and that must be submitted 56 days after the performance certificate. So that will be 35 days, it could be 35 days after the performance security has been released. The engineer and contractor then have to work together for 28 days to try to agree with a draft final statement. And then if they do agree, the employer pays 56 days later, after 56 days after the final certificate, which is 28 days after they agree. If they don't agree, then the engineer must issue another interim payment certificate, and the employer must pay that. And the problem here is that unless we start the final measurement much earlier than the issue of the performance certificate, it will be too late to offset any overpayment against the performance security. That's a point which has been made a couple of times since we started yesterday. You must begin the final measurement early enough so that any overpayment can be identified and can be recovered before you release the performance security. And I don't think this point is clear in the contract. It hasn't been thought out, but I've now come across it a couple of times, and apparently some of you have seen it as well. Some of the clauses talk about, as we saw earlier, about the discharge, saying that the discharge could be conditional upon release of the performance security. It shouldn't be, because the performance security should have been released long before the contractor submits his discharge. So that's something we need to deal with. We need to have in mind and ensure we don't get into this situation on your projects. Okay, that brings us to the end of those slides. So we're on schedule. Any comments on that? No, I think I've answered all the questions up to now. Okay, so if Ivy could put up the polls, please. We'll do those. Thank you, Ivy. So, question 1. Which of these is a true statement with respect to the defects notification period? The duration of a defects notification period is 12 months, unless the contract data says otherwise. The defects notification period can be renewed if any item of plant and materials is defective. The contractor is no longer liable for defects after the expiry of a defects notification period. The performance security must be released within 21 days after the end of a defects notification period. None of the above, all of the above. So, what do you think? Which of those is true? Might have made it difficult by having more than one correct answer. So you don't really have a possibility for dealing with that. It's 65% response. Any more volunteers? Any more responses? 67% response. 69, 71%. Let's make it 75 at least. Okay, we stop there. Let's share the results. Okay, so the duration of a defects notification period is 12 months unless the contract data states otherwise. That is a correct statement. But as I said, I may have made it difficult by having more than one correct statement. Item B, the defects notification period can be renewed if any item of plant or materials is defective. It can be extended if it's not possible to use the works or section or major item of plant because of a defect, but it is not renewed. You don't get another 12 months starting all over again. On contracts where you have a clause like that, which renews the guarantee period for any item which is repaired, you can end up having a very, very long guarantee period. And that type of clause is called an evergreen clause because it never dies. It always stays green, like some trees. And so we don't have that. You're only entitled to an extension, not to renewal. Item C, the contractor is no longer liable for defects after the expiry of the defects notification period. He is liable for any defects which were notified him during the defects notification period. So his liability does not end at that point, but there is after the end of a defects notification period, normally the employer cannot notify defects, or the contractor doesn't have any responsibility for defects which are notified after the defects notification period, unless the employer wants to find some legal basis for making that claim. The performance security must be released within 21 days after the end of the defects notification period. Well, that was a tricky question. It's not 21 days after the end of the defects notification period. It's 21 days after the issue of the performance certificate, which could be later than the end of the defects notification period if there were outstanding defects still to be repaired. Okay, so we have, in fact, one correct answer out of them all. Must be, yeah. So item A was a true statement, the others were not. Okay, can we have a next one, please, Ivy?
Oh, that's the only one, Jeff.
It's the only one. Okay, thank you. Let me see. I have some comments, and then we go to the case study. So Ali Mohammed says, I think this question remains to be applied. If percentage of the income tax withholding tax changes due to legislation after award of a contract, and the contractor claims an extra percentage of income tax withholding tax, whether the contractor is entitled to extra payment or not, although it is. I thought I had mentioned this earlier. This is a change in law. If a change in tax happens after the base date, then and it causes the contractor additional expense, the contractor is entitled to that. It is an adjustment to the contract price. We will deal with it tomorrow when we're looking at variations and adjustments. I never remember which clause it is. It's either 13.7 or 13.8. It's adjustment due to changes in law. And then please post your daily presentation to emails. I'm not sure what you want there, but I thought everyone had been given the presentation. What we plan to do, if you haven't had all of the presentation, I'm sure ADB will send it to you. And you should have had the case studies. I will prepare answers to these questions and distribute those. And also we plan to, all the questions you're putting on the chat, we'll try to answer those in writing as well. So we'll get those in the next few days. Right, so let's then go to the case study. Let me just close down and find the case study. So Just bear with me a moment. Okay, case study. Okay, so everything is working. So this is another project I was involved in as a dispute board member. It's project closeout. It comes from a West Asian country. It's a project financed by ADB. So the background. Again, it was a road. There are a lot of projects that have been financed over recent years using a pink book have been roads, but more recently been a shift to energy and other methods of transport. But this is another road project, 91 kilometers of road, reconstruction and improvement being executed under FIDIC pink book contract. They have winter period from the beginning of December to the end of February, when no work was possible. The taking over certificate for the project was issued on the 16th of June 2014, confirming the works were complete on the 13th of June. This is quite normal. The taking over date is not the date of the certificate, it's a date stated in the certificate when the works are said to be complete. So it's 13th of June is the important date. The defects notification period was the usual 12 months. Contract price was $70 million, and the retention was 10% of the contract price, so $7 million. There was also performance security of 10%, so again, $7 million. But there's a particular condition which foresaw release of the performance security upon expiry of a defects notification period. It did not say upon the issue of a performance certificate, but on expiry of the defects notification period. Now, what were the problems? Well, during the defects notification period, no one said anything. There were no defects, or no one pointed out any defects. But in August 2015, let's go back there, 13th of June 2014 plus 12 months is 13th of June or 12th of June 2015. And this was in August 2015. The parties carried out a joint inspection and established a list of defects. Not many. It was minor deterioration of road edges, where vehicles had gone off the road and had damaged the edge of the road surfacing, and faded road markings, the white lines on the road. The contractor agreed to rectify those, and he said he would do it by the 31st of October 2015. It was assessed that the value of these defects was $2 million. The contractor, though, did not rectify the defects by the 31st of October. It took him until November 2016, so another year. But then the project was shut down, of course, go into working from the 1st of December to the end of February. So the engineer said he would only be able to inspect the repairs in early April, because there would be snow until the end of February, early March. So it would be early April before he completed his inspections. And so he extended the defects notification period. Between August 2015 and December 2016, the engineer continued to notify contractor of new defects whenever they became apparent. But the contractor refused to address those new defects and demanded the issue of a performance certificate. The engineer refused to issue the certificate because of these outstanding defects. He also refused to release the retention, again, because he said he still had to check whether the defects had all been repaired and whether the repairs were satisfactory. The contractor had submitted a statement of completion in September 2014, where he asked for release of the retention and payment for work done, but the engineer refused to deal with that because of the defects. Then in October 2016, the engineer began a final measurement of the quantities, and he found it being over measurement and unilaterally issued a negative interim payment certificate for $1.5 million. The engineer's contract expired shortly afterwards in December 2016, and he left the site. The contractor's expatriate staff also left for the Christmas holiday. This was a European contractor, and the winter shutdown. But in March 2017, they did not return to site. Instead, they started arbitration. So, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the parties' positions? So this is all about the processes and the procedures for contract closeout. Who wants to begin? Hamid Khan, I see your microphone is on.
Okay. A couple of things. Firstly, the client or the engineer should have done the inspection during the defect liability or before the taking over certificate, and should have mentioned all those defects in a punch list or a snag list. And then the contractor should have done the rectification work during the defect liability. But looking at the dates, it appears that it was like the end of the defect liability period when they started the inspection. So there's a problem on the employer end because they started this punch list or the defects list very late, even after the defect liability period started. But at the same time, the contractor also is in a weak position because he should have fixed all the issues, the problems on site. He cannot leave them open because obviously there's a performance security and there's a retention which the employer can use for remedying these defects. So there is problems on both ends.
Okay. Any other comments? Anyone want to say anything? No. Well, the taking over certificate, the taking over the works occurred on the 13th of June. The defects notification period was 12 months, so it expired on the 12th of June 2015. So during that period, the engineer and the employer should have been monitoring the works and checking whether there are any defects and notifying those defects to the contractor. Now, what we know is they didn't do that. In August 2015, they did carry out a joint inspection and they did find some, what they were alleged to be defects. The contractor agreed to rectify those, but why? They was not under an obligation to do so. This was outside the defects notification period. It was too late. He had fulfilled his obligations under the contract with respect to defects notification. It's the employer and the engineer who are at fault here. They missed their opportunity. So, but the contractor was perhaps helpful. He agreed to deal with this, but he didn't. And so there's 2 million, these defects were worth $2 million. He didn't do it till November 2016. Okay, so he's very late in dealing with it. So does that mean that it's his own fault if he wasn't paid? Because after that, the engineer decided that it was not going to be possible to check these repair works until April 2017, and he extended the defects notification period. What do you think about that? Is that correct, extending the defects notification period? Was it extended? Could he extend it?
No. Actually,
No?
they have to, yes, they have to expand during the valid defect notification period up to June 2015.
Yeah,
After that, they cannot extend that DNB.
he can't extend, yeah. Okay, well, yes.
Me.
Yes.
The engineer, if the engineer wanted to extend the defect notification period, he had to inform in writing. He had to notify that, but the record does not show any notification by the engineer.
Yeah, you're right that if you're going to claim an extension of the defects notification period, the claim must be made before the existing period expires. And the existing period expired in June 2015. So it was too late in in December 2016 to make a claim for an extension to a defects notification period. And in any case, there are no grounds for doing so, because it is not because of minor deterioration of the road edges or faded road markings that you are unable to use the road. Perhaps if the road markings had gone entirely, you could argue that for safety reasons you could not use the road, but the road was never closed. They could not show that they were unable to use the works or they chose not to use the works because of a defect. So there is no grounds for claiming an extension to a defects notification period, even if it had been made on time. So if the defects notification period could not be extended, then what do you think about the fact that the engineer continued to add to the list of defects between August 2015 and December 2016? Was he entitled to do so?
I think he cannot, he is not entitled to do so.
No, he's not, because the defects notification period has expired. So he can't notify new defects afterwards. So what happens then about the performance certificate? Should the engineer have issued the performance certificate, and when?
As per the contract data, the performance certificate should have been issued by the closing of defect liability period. This is not the usual case, but since it was mentioned in the contract that it should be issued, so they should have issued it.
Yeah, the normal case is it's issued after the expiry of the defects notification period, and the contractor has repaired all defects notified to him during that period. Well, there were no defects notified to him during that period, so he had no obligation there. So even under the normal circumstances, the performance certificate should have been issued soon after June 2015, and the performance security should have been released, because the performance security should be released within 21 days after the performance certificate under normal circumstances. And in this particular case, it said that the performance security would be released after the expiry of the defects notification period. It didn't even say you had to have the performance certificate before that happened. So the engineer was at fault by not issuing the performance certificate, and the performance security should have been released. Now, what about the payments? The contractor received the takeover certificate on the 16th of June. He then had 84 days to issue his statement at completion, which would take us to about the 10th of September, something like that, 62, 76, 86, about the 8th of September to issue his statement at completion. When did he issue it? He submitted it in September. I haven't given the exact date, but he submitted it on time. But the engineer refused to deal with that because of the outstanding defects. Now, was that justified? Is the treatment of a statement completion, is it right to link that to the defects liability?
No, again, this is wrong. And what maximum he could have done is that first he should have not refused. But the second one is that if he wanted to retain some money only for the defects, not for the whole IPC.
Yeah, the statement of completion is supposed to be the situation at the start of the defects notification period, and the engineer must issue an interim payment certificate as usual within 28 days of receiving that. And he cannot refuse to issue an interim payment certificate because there have been defects discovered during a defects notification period. In this case, the defects were after the defects notification period, so it is even worse. There's even less justification for not issuing the interim payment certificate. That interim payment certificate should have included the release of the retention money. Okay, but it didn't. If, as Ahmed says, if he was going to keep something back for the defects, it should have been the $2 million estimated cost of repairing the defects, and he should have released the other 5, because the retention, remember, was 10% of 70 millions. It was $7 million. So he should have released 5 million and kept 2 millions. You know, that's in the best possible interpretation in his favor. Even that is arguable. So if we're very lenient with the engineer, we could say he was justified in keeping back 2 million for a certain period of time. Now, is there anything else we can say about this? What about this overpayment? You see, started the final measurement in October 2016. The defects notification period ended in June 2015. And the engineer just began to check the measurements in October 2016, 15 months after the defects notification period, which was 27 months after the works were completed. And then he found the overpayment. Can he issue a negative interim payment certificate unilaterally if the contractor doesn't ask for a certificate?
Theoretically, if you see this, IPC is interim payment certificate, so changes can be made until the final bill. But because this is very late, like 27 or 20 odd months, I think this case should be referred to the dispute board, and they should decide whether they can do such big adjustment at this stage or not. Also, there's one more thing which I wanted to mention. that the engineer left the site and there was no contract. So this was also wrong. And the contractor can terminate the contract if there is no engineer at site.
That's right. But the engineer cannot be faulted for leaving the site if his contract had expired. That was up to the employer to make sure that his contract remained valid. But it does justify the contractor terminating if there is no engineer. But going back to the IPC, as I said earlier, an IPC can be corrected in a subsequent IPC. So it was not wrong for the engineer to unilaterally issue an payment certificate for this negative amount. The problem is, how is the employer going to get his money, given that the performance security was valid only up to the end of the defects notification period? What happened, of course, once the arbitration began, the employer tried to get payment under the performance security, and the bank refused to pay because the defects notification period had expired in June 2015. So this was an entire mess. And it all comes from what? Where does it come from, this problem? Any suggestions? Well, it comes
If they have still the retention money, then they can take that money from their retention money.
Well, they still have they're holding retention money, but they shouldn't be holding retention money. You know, the contractor is 100% right here. The only possible criticism you could have against the contractor is that he agreed to do the repairs, which he was not obliged to agree to, but he said he would do it by 31st of October, and it actually took him until November. But otherwise, all the mistakes are on the engineer's side, not on the contractor's side. And the other big mistake is this business here about releasing the performance security upon expiry of the defects notification period. That is very irregular. That invites the contractor to leave the site as quickly as possible without repairing the defects. He knows he's going to get the performance security back, or it won't be enforceable. So it doesn't tie him to do anything. It's a time bomb. It's going to blow up, whether you like it or you don't like it, at the end of a defects notification period. So that was a big mistake, but everything else was down to misunderstanding of the contract by the engineer and a failure to apply the contract. He should have started the final measurement much earlier. He should have been doing the quantities as we were going along. Now, I was an assistant engineer on site, how many years ago? It would be in 1979. And one of my jobs every time, or every month, was to calculate the quantities, final quantities. As soon as we could, as soon as we had as-built drawings, because the engineer was preparing as-built drawings, take off the quantities and inform the employer where we were going with respect to updated quantities and how much the project was going to cost. It's nothing new. It's not rocket science. It's something which should be going on throughout the project. I have some slides I use on some of the training course where we have an extract from an engineer's report, which I came across on a project a few years ago that ADB asked me to look at. And in the engineer's report, he was reporting to the employer on progress. And he was saying the earthworks are 120% complete. Well, how can the earthworks be 120% complete? They either are complete or they're not complete. They can't be more than complete. It's because he is measuring against the bill of quantities and not updating the bill of quantities to actually record what the progress was. So the employer had no way of knowing when the project was actually going to be finished, and he had no way of knowing what the final budget would be. So the engineer should be updating the quantities on a constant process, continuous process, so that the employer is fully informed of what the final budget is likely to be and what the real progress on site is. So, unfortunately, some engineers do not do a very good job. FIDIC is now trying to improve this because they're putting in place an accreditation system for FIDIC certified engineers and FIDIC certified contract managers to try to ensure better quality. But at the moment, it is quite a serious problem. Okay, any other questions or comments on this?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Some clarification from your statement that the engineer can alter the measurement later on after the completion of the defect liability period. How it will be possible when the contract has been closed and the most of the time the contract are supported by the donor agencies. So if the contract is closed and the amount, donor agency has shut its amount, so how can the engineer can alter the measurement in later stage? Thank you.
Well, it should not be, and the process is that you need to agree on the final payment after the work is complete and all defects have been repaired after the end of the defects notification period. Ideally, the loan will not have yet been closed, so you can still get money from ADB to cover that obligation under the final sentence. Yes?
Hello?
Hello? Yes?
My question is out of this work content, and if in such a scenario that engineer has made so many mistakes and employer have to then how we can make the engineer responsible and how we can recover that our loss from the engineer's contract?
Okay, well, very quickly, you have a contract with the engineer, and the engineer under his contract is supposed to use duty and care in fulfilling his obligations as the engineer under the works contract. And if he is negligent, he does not bring due duty and care in the application of those or the fulfillment of those obligations, then you can sue him. And when I qualified as a lawyer, one of my first cases was defending a consulting engineer who was being sued by the employer in this type of situation. The employer was seeking to recover several $1 million from him. I've forgotten how much it was, about $25 million, I think, from the engineer for negligence, gross negligence. So you do have a recourse. Now, just go back to the, I have some questions coming in. Can we deduct the defects cost from retention money or not after releasing performance security? If you still have retention money, yes, you can deduct the cost of repairing defects. But under the Pink Book, as we saw yesterday, or maybe earlier today, the contractor is entitled to get all of the retention money back at the start of the defects notification period if the performance security is for more than 50% of the retention, which is almost always the case. So in most of the projects you're dealing with, all of the retention should be released at the start of a defects notification period, not at the end. Now, yeah.
Jeff, I've got a very quick question.
Yes.
if the TOC is issued in parts, for example, let's say 40% of the civil works taking over certificate is issued, then obviously, how do we pay the retention? I mean, this is only like a
retention. When you take over part of the works or section of the works, then you must release a proportion of the retention money. So if you, as you're taking over certificate for 40% of the works, you must release 40% of the retention money in the two phases or single phase. So it would be 40% of the first half at the start of the defects notification period and 40% of the second half at the end of the defects notification period.
Mr. Smith, one
Yes.
more question. As
Yep.
Mr. Naveed has pointed out that if there is some weaknesses or wrongdoing or with the engineer,
Yes.
so in the FIDIC condition of contract, there is no provision of the performance guarantee from the consultant or the engineer side. Could we impose this performance guarantee in the special condition of contracts?
I think it would be difficult. I think the engineer you might not get an engineer who's agreed to that, to bid for your work. And he may not be able to get the guarantee from the bank because the engineer doesn't have much assets. The bank, when they give a performance security or they issue a performance security on behalf of a contractor, they know either he has money in the bank or he has assets which they can seize to recover the money. But the consulting engineer doesn't have much in assets. He only has people. So I think it would be difficult for them to give the security. What you really need is to make sure he has good insurance, so that it's an insurance company who pays. And so you should put insurance requirements into the terms of reference. And if necessary, you should ask him to put in place additional insurance. I think certainly if you're using a FIDIC consultancy services agreement, there's a provision for doing that, for asking for special insurance, and the employer actually pays for the special insurance, the additional insurance.
So employer will pay the insurance, not the consultant by himself.
If you want additional insurance, because the consultant will have a normal level of insurance. For example, I have a normal level insurance. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I have insurance to cover mistakes that I might make. But that only goes up to a certain amount. And if you want to get more than that amount, and I make a mistake, then you have to sue me, and then I might have to sell my house, but I might not be able to pay the full amount of the damage. So if you want to be sure that the engineer, that you can recover at least a large part of the damage from the consultant, then you might have to ask him to take out special insurance. And in that case, it's part of the project cost. So you should really ask for some, you should ask for the additional insurance and be prepared to pay for it.
Jeff, can I ask one last question?
Yes.
Jeff, my question is that it's very difficult in our country to go for the insurance company to take the insurance from the consulting firms. But if we can add the retention money, like in contractors, even we can decrease some percentage of the retention money. You know that usually the consulting firms, you mentioned that they take the 10% their profit and their fee. So if we can 50% of their fee withhold as a retention money, so that the engineer may be vigilant and perform their duties as per contract, made possible in ADB consulting firms?
You might be able to do it, but I wonder whether it is worth the trouble, because it's not going to give much money, is it? I mean, what are the consultancy fees compared to the project, the value of the works. There may be 5% to pay a consultant, and if you say he's making 10% profit, then 10% of 5%, so it's 0.5%. The cost to the employer on this project, the example I put up there of the engineer not doing his job, is much more than the full amount being paid to the consultant. So holding back a retention in the consultancy fees is it's something of an incentive or the potential punishment, but it's not going to cover the damage which you could suffer. You really need to choose your consultant well. Right, well, I think we should stop there because we're 5 minutes over time, but I see we have a couple of questions which come in, and ADP will perhaps be able to answer this. Can we get a copy of the recording at the end of the session because we missed some parts? So maybe ADP will have to consider that and let you know. I can't give you the answer on that. I don't know if Rubina or Ivy can say anything on that.
Yes, I'm here. This question on the insurances that we are discussing right now.
No, this is about people are saying, can they get a copy of the recording of today's recording very quickly?
We will be sharing after the completion of 4 days. Ivy will be compiling and then we will share.
Okay, so, but do you know when that will be, Rubina?
Sorry?
Do you know when that will be? Will that be?
After completion of the 4 days of the training, maybe within a day or two, we would be able to share.
Okay, after 4 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for all your questions today. You've been very active. So we'll end for today, and tomorrow we will look at timing, which is very, very important. And another very important subject, we'll deal with variations and adjustments. So it should be a good day tomorrow. So thank you. Have a good end to your day.
Thank you, Jeff, and everyone. Thank you so much.